So I have 3 o'clock here in the morning in Rochester, New York. So it's 9 o'clock in Poland. So I suppose we should get started. So in that case, let me welcome you all to session C, titled Cities and Regions in Climate Change. My name is Amit Badabial, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to this particular session. There are 5 papers in this particular session, so that gives us 18 minutes per presentation. So going by the experience from yesterday, there were virtually no questions and speakers were running out of time. So I'm going to give every speaker 15 minutes and then leave 3 minutes for question and answer at the end. So without further ado, Maya Nin, please get started. The floor is yours, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce some of the Polish names. Please get started. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I would like to share with you this proposal that is in process, titled Resilience to Climate Change from Bioregional Environmental Education in Yucatan. My name is Maya Nin, and well, the next slide, please. I can manage, right? Sorry, it's because I don't know how to use it, but I think I can manage the presentation.
By using left and right arrow on your keyboard, and also please.
Okay, I see. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Please also open camera because you are not visible to us.
Okay. Let me try.
Yes, we can see you now. Good.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, this work has the objective to analyze how bioregional environmental education can contribute to climate resilience and be a possible tool for adaptation and social innovation from biocultural territories in Yucatan. Mm-hmm. Well, as for introduction, we know that climate change caused mainly by the dominant economic system, mass production, and the human being as a potential consumer threatens to the survival of the earth. To a lesser extent, developing countries are the ones that contribute the least to climate change, but they are the ones that are most at risk due to climate effects and the natural disasters. So environmental education plays an essential role in understanding what the climate is and the climate change and its consequences. Schools can be those adaptive and safe spaces for learning about the environment and climate. This can also help to prepare an action and contingency plan for unexpected weather events, as well as internal policies and programs to reduce greenhouse gases and carbon footprint. Mm-hmm. Bioregional environmental education can help people understand and manage the impact of the climate crisis through community and regional adaptation and resilience measures. This kind of environmental education is based on the social ecological dimension, characterized by the natural and cultural history of a rural territory. So it's needed sometimes this participatory model or approach at the community level for the solution and adaptation of territorial problems in a proactive and dynamic way. This will enable as well the people of the community to have the knowledge, the values, and the skills as and act as a bioregional actors or regional actors and agents of change to be resilient in the face of the impacts of climate change. In Mexico, conserving natural protected areas and ecosystem is a strategy to mitigate climate change and its effects on the population, as well as contributing to adaptation, avoiding land use and carbon loss. Climate change adaptation program here in Mexico, with the collaboration at local and institutional and different social actors, is necessary. So the identification of threats and risk of climate change, along together with different people, facilitate the construction of strategy commitments and decision making to reduce vulnerability and prevent disasters. Here in Mexico, there is a project called Resilience that includes 17 protected natural areas and 12 bioregions in 3 different environments: terrestrial, coastal, and marine. This project has the purpose of strengthening the effectiveness of management and the resilience of protected natural areas that are threatened by climate change. Well, here in Yucatan, where I am from, it has mangroves and underwater caves, and the Coastal Ecological Reserve. This reserve has many interconnected underwater caves. That's what is important here to conserve and preserve, and many other natural and cultural areas as part of the environmental services. The biocultural territory is in the south of Yucatan, Mexico. It's called PUC Zone, and is based on history and living knowledge from ancient generation of the Mayan people. The resilience to the present is derived by its agroecological practices and biocultural identity as a central element. Well, as a part of the methodology, a documentary and the first phase, a documentary and literature review will be needed. And then a participatory action methodology will be applied in this part of the biocultural territory of Yucatan to empirically study the bioregional environmental education proposal for resilience to climate change. Well, the results will contribute to the theory and praxis of environmental education from rural territories, as well as illustrate whether this perspective can help the adaptation and revaluation of cultural, natural, and economic aspects in the face of the effects of climate change. Environmental education for social vulnerability constitutes the central axis of this proposal, given that reduction of the different expressions of vulnerability at the local level will allow the implementation of adaptation and reduction strategy. In this case, to prevent disasters or climate risk. And we have preliminary results that indicate that environmental education must be formal and non-formal as a kind of mix, right? Including regional sustainability and environmental issues to
You have
achieve
5 minutes left.
not only improve the quality of life that we provide to other human beings and other living beings, but also allows to implement new strategies, and the development of new applications, new ideas, and how to build a social innovation program in order to improve the environment and preserve our Mayan culture, its traditions, and nature in this part of in Yucatan. And well, I think it's as for me, that's all. And thank you so much for your attention.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayanin, for your presentation. And thank you also for staying within the time limit. Let me ask a question, Mayanin. So I have two questions for you. So one thing that I would like you to point out or be more clear on is when you use the term resilience, in what sense are you using the term? The reason why I ask is in the ecology literature where this term resilience originated, there are two senses in which the term is used. One is resilience in the sense of Buzz Hauling, which is a far from equilibrium concept when a system is perturbed in some way, shape, or form. And the second concept is due to Stuart Pym, which is a near equilibrium concept, which is basically talking about things like speed of return when a particular system is shocked. So it would be nice to know in which sense you are using the term resilience here. So that's the first part. And the second part is, do you think that there is a specific role for the government, not just in Yucatan, but elsewhere, in promoting resilience through long-term use of educational initiatives that will last, say, the length of a particular person's educational career? That's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Well, here the term of resilience is in this particular case. I think we can use how the ecosystems can preserve, or part of the preservation of the natural ecosystems, but it's more to apply into social, the social vulnerability in this case, more specifically, how or we, human, can resist, and how to prevent and adapt, and how can evolve with the time. And we have these kind of disasters, especially when we live in a hurricane area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how to prevent this in order to have or to preserve our culture in a natural ecosystem at the same time, to live together with this, right? It's in this kind of resilience, how to how I put it this
To live in harmony with nature.
Exactly, living
Okay.
with this in harmony, right? And well, the participation of local groups and social groups are very important in this kind of organization, help to educate and to guide some behaviors, and how to change to social transformation in this kind of situation. And actually, here in Yucatan and in Mexico, there will be implementing a new program for adaptation and vulnerability, especially social vulnerability. So probably next year in January, we'll starting going to different territories and communities to work along together with the municipalities and social groups, working with this kind of situation, and how to prevent and conserve both, right? Natural ecosystems and social preservation. Mhm.
Okay, great. Thank you for that answer. So we
Thank
have a question here from Renee Farkas, and I'll read the question to you. Will this environmental education be included in school or teaching plans explicitly, or is it something that we should imagine as a supplementary program for schools?
Okay, well, today we don't have a formal environmental teaching, not in a policy specifically. We carry out this on a no formal scheme, right, in a structure, but should be included, right, in these schools. We are starting including some part of the environmental education in the primary and secondary schools, but it's not enough. And we don't have a policy, right, in the government. So we work along with communities and some schools, but it's not formal. So, well, we have this part of supplementary programs, extra school. I don't know if there in Europe use this term, those extra school. It's not inside the schools, it's apart. So yes, this is a supplementary environmental programs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. So let's see. So we are almost out of time for this first presentation. So Mayanin, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move on to the second speaker. The second speaker is Malgorzata. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. You have 15 minutes. Please get started.
So first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session. My speech today will be devoted to challenges of energy transition of a coal region for local and regional authorities, and it will be conducted on the example of the Bełchatów area. The aim of the speech is also to present not only the challenges faced by the region dominated by raw material economy, but also some representations, some recommendations for local, for public policy. I'm sorry. During the research, you can see that it was conducted in different stages. I used secondary and primary data, which were analyzed with the use of triangulation. And the analysis of the materials led to a research question, which you can see on the left side of this slide. The EU policy involves, initiated in 80s last century, it went through various stages in which some events and documents played a crucial role. And past experience points to problems related to achieving the goals set by the community as subsequent stages of the transformation process. And this was partly due to the autonomy of individual member states in shaping their, let's say, internal climate policy. And Poland is one of the countries which has separate interest in this field. And member states' commitment to the development of integrated plans and long-term strategies in the field of energy and climate, as well financial support facilitating the reforms, I mean the just transition mechanism, can be considered and a breakthrough in the Polish climate and energy policy. And following the principle of integrated development planning, the relevant documents have been prepared both at the national level and at the regional level as well. And Bełchatów Basin is located in the center of Poland, the Łódzkie Voivodeship. Łódzkie Voivodeship was the first Polish region that strongly promoted the territorial and functional approach to development planning, and this concept was reflected in the development strategy of Łódzkie region 2020, adopted in 2013. And the strategy was the first document that take into account the principle of integrated development approach, moving away from sectoral planning towards building and strengthening territorial capital. And the new development strategy, 2030, adopted in April last year, defines territorial balanced development on entire region in different themes. And the first draft of this document advocated departure from the concept of development based on the potential of individual functional related territories. However, the European Union's policy of allocated specific financial resources, defined functional areas, forced regional authorities to change their approach. And according to the delimitation adopted in the strategy 2020, this area consists of 19 municipalities, gminas, which accounts for 10% of the whole region. And the next strategy, 2030, delimits this area as much larger, and now it covers the area of 35 gminas from 2 subregions, which constitutes 20% of the entire voivodeship. For several decades, the development of the Bełchatów region has relied on lignite mining and generation of electricity from raw materials. In the basin, the Bełchatów power plant and the Bełchatów brown coal mine operate as a part of a Polish energy group. What is interesting, the mine is the largest open pit mine in Poland and one of the largest in Europe. And the power plant, on the one hand, is one of the largest lignite-fired thermal power plant in the world and the largest electricity producer in Poland. What is more, the power plant is also the largest emitter of gases and particulates in Łódzkie voivodeship and one of the largest CO2 emitters in the European Union. And the diagnosis of this area made it possible to indicate numerous effects of mining activities. They are divided into 3 groups: economic effects, social effects, environmental and spatial effects. And then you can see on this slide, one of the key problems characterizing this area is dependence of its economy on the mining and energy sector. The economy of Bełchatów Basin is poorly diversified. There is lack of innovation. The PGE Capital Group is the largest employer in the Łódzkie voivodeship. More than 20,000 people are employed in Bełchatów mining and energy complex and related sectors. And there is a higher level of wages than other economic sector. And if we're talking about social effects, the area is characterized by adverse social phenomena, including demographic trends, declining and aging population. But as you can see, there is unfavorable staff age structure, low professional activity among women, health in the basin is poor. And there is low participation in lifelong learning. If we are talking about spatial and environmental effects, there is the lowest forest cover in Poland and the very low retention capacity. Long-term exploitation of lignite has caused negative environmental effects, and all of this, or most important of them, are included on this slide as well. And following the governmental guidelines on the energy transition, the regional authorities prepared a draft of the territorial just transition plan for the Łódzkie region. And the plan indicates the challenges of the transition, its objectives, and required results in 3 areas: economic, social, and spatial. And what is more, the catalog of planned activities was included in this plan as well. And as you can see, there is a very wide range of activities which will require the involvement of various stakeholders. Renewable energy sources it will have a significant impact on the changes that must take place in the region, especially taking into account the new strategy of the Bełchatów power plant, as well as the fact that the Bełchatów is the bigger electricity producer in Poland. And the share of renewable energy sources in the total energy production in Poland in 2020 was at 11, almost 18%, while in Łódzkie region it reached only 6%. Both the number, as you can see, both the number of installation, their capacity also confirmed the negligible share of Łódzkie region in the Polish renewable energy market. The analysis of data from individual district of the region indicate the small share of Bełchatów district in the energy generated from the renewable sources in Łódzkie region. The majority of installation are solar, but wind energy has the largest market share. And the research conducted in 2020 via email questionnaire included several areas of activity taken to implement projects in local municipalities, including partnership and integrated projects. And the analysis of the answer leads to the conclusion that in most cases, local governments don't implement development project for the entire area, nor do they intend to. And the projects are limited to the boundaries of one municipality. Projects that go beyond these boundaries are rare and are carried out in rather intra-sectoral partnerships, so between public administration units.
You have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Among the factors that they have or may have an impact on the implementation of development projects in the basin area, local governments emphasize the climate policy of the EU and the government, and the results evaluating of readiness among the local authorities to introduce changes according to guidelines of energy and climate policy, especially if they are not supported by funding from the EU budget. The transformation process requires a number of actions, as I said before, in various spheres, involving various actors and interest groups. And identification of barriers in cooperation between public actors, business partners, academia, or non-governmental organizations in the transformation area was the key phase of my research. And the cooperation is limited by certain legal, institutional, financial, psychological barriers. Among those barriers, those related to the development planning and programming, in my opinion, are critical. And the catalog of potential barriers is different for the intra and cross-sectoral cooperation. And depending on cooperating parties, there are some fundamental differences characterizing these groups. But the main barriers to cooperation should be considered as indicated on this slide. And the analysis of the implementation of climate change and energy policy at regional level indicates numerous shortcomings and dysfunctions. You can see them on this slide, like monopsonic and monopolistic position of the authorities in the distribution, production, and purchase of goods and services, the imperfect flow of information, negative selection of administrative staff, bureaucratic pathology, social and political pitfalls related to electoral mechanism, and dependence, for example, of structural policy on political decision. What is important, public local government is characterized by competitiveness and rivalry, which results in focusing on their own territory, interests, and goals. And last but not least, the adaptation to climate change and the energy transition are global issue. The Bełchatów mine is a pollutant on a European and global scale. And from the point of view of the entire EU community, this area is of particular importance, and considering the global public interest, public actors should emerge who will take charge. Implementing change requires a clear and precise development strategy. At this moment, this area faces the challenge of developing a strategy for the entire region. The fundamental question is whether this strategy will constitute a strategy for its transformation, or whether it will become a strategy for the absorption of populist funds. And past experience shows that the power of lobbying groups and other hidden interests call into question the effectiveness of the process. The problem is compounded by the lack of transformation leader. It is not municipality that should be responsible for initiating, coordination, and managing the process. It is regional self-government that needs to lead the transformation. And unfortunately, it has yet to fulfill the expected role yet. The lack of leader calls into question the chances of Bełchatów region to carry out the effective and efficient transformation. And maybe this thesis requires consideration of the scenario of inclusion of state institutions in the regional transformation process, as they are in fact responsible for the implementation of European Green Deal. The crucial role is involvement actors representing different spheres, I mean public administration, private sector, social partners, who will work together to create a network of links between the cooperating partners to facilitate the energy transition. And I'm currently awaiting a decision on publishing the results of my research, which was presented today. And if anyone is interested in my work, I will gladly share the results. So please contact me by email. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for also keeping within the time. Let me ask you one question. In one of the slides that you referred to, looking at different groups and the constraints on their behavior, I was a little surprised to see that in the context of entrepreneurship, you said that there presently exists psychological barriers. What do you mean by that?
Generally speaking, this is a problem of interest. This is a problem of trust between local authorities and entrepreneurs. This barrier is really important on the three, let's say, sides. I mean, those barriers is typical for entrepreneurs. They don't understand the way of functioning of local government. They don't know the legal acts. They don't understand them. On the other hand, there is barriers on the side of local government, let's say. And what is interesting in this situation, this is the third side, let's say. I mean, local community, people who are living in gmina, because on the one hand, they are expected to have some investors in gmina, but on the other hand, they have some doubts if you are talking about selection the partners from private sector.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. So we're going to swap places now. So the third speaker is now going to go fifth, and I will take the place of the third speaker. So tech support, if you could make my presentation available, please. Okay, so let me get started. So I'll self-police to make sure we stay within the time. So welcome, everybody. My name is Amit Patabyal, and this paper is jointly written with my two co-authors, Karima Kurtith and Peter Nijkamp, both based at the Open University in Heerlen in the Netherlands. And this paper is about climate change and how climate change influences the decision about how we might go about controlling river water pollution. And the river I have in mind is the Ganges in the city of Kanpur. I'll show you maps in just a few minutes. So the Ganges River is not only the longest, but it's also undoubtedly the most important river in India. Even so, huge amounts of pollution, more than 1 billion gallons of waste are deposited into the Ganges each day. The problems that I want to focus on in this particular paper is that the phenomenon of climate change is reducing water flows. And because it's reducing water flows, this actually has the impact on diminishing the Ganges River's natural capacity to absorb pollutants that are deposited into it. So that's one phenomenon. The second thing is, even though there is pollution throughout the length and breadth of the river Ganges, I am going to focus on the city of Kanpur in the north of India, where the pollution is primarily from the activities of the tannery industry that produces leather, and vast amounts of leather are produced by the tannery industry in Kanpur, and hence Kanpur is sometimes referred to as India's leather capital. The other city where there's a lot of pollution, water pollution in the Ganges, results from the activities of religious Hindus and other tourists who deposit a lot of waste into the Ganges. I'm not going to be focusing on this particular aspect of the problem. I've dealt with this in many other papers. So the central issue that we look at is how climate change impacts the Ganges, and more specifically, how it impacts the upstream, downstream pollution in a river that's caused by tanneries in Kanpur. And this question has not previously been addressed in the literature. So that's what this particular paper is all about. So there's a fair amount of algebra and mathematics in the paper, but I'm just going to give you a broad brush introduction so that you get a sense for what the basic things are that we're trying to do in this particular paper. So our objective is to analyze from a theoretical perspective how climate change and its reduction of the Ganges River's natural capacity to absorb pollution affects the nature of the interaction between different leather-producing tanneries in the city of Kanpur, with the understanding that leather production causes pollution in the Ganges River. So here is a picture of a part of the north of India. So the Ganges River system, it's called Ganga in Hindi, originates in the Himalayas, traverses the entire northern part of India, the so-called Indo-Gangetic Plain, and then finally empties out here into the Bay of Bengal. So here is Kanpur, the city that I'm going to be focusing on, which causes a tremendous amount of pollution by virtue of the leather production activities of the tanneries. Here is Varanasi, the other city that I mentioned, but in this paper, the focus is on Kanpur. Okay, so here is an example of the wastewater that is emitted by the tanneries as a part of cleaning up the leather that they actually ultimately produce, whether it's direct leather or leather goods. This filthy, polluted water is supposed to go into these effluent treatment plants. And once these effluent treatment plants have treated the very polluted water, then and only then are they supposed to be released in terms of relatively clean wastewater, either for agricultural use or even deposition into the river. But what often happens is that these effluent plants don't actually work, or people, that is, tanneries are successful in bribing the appropriate authorities, so this very filthy water often gets deposited directly into the river, which is what's causing the pollution problem, the subject of which is the focus of this particular paper. Okay, so the first thing that we actually do is to come up with a measure that will give us a sense for how the assimilative capacity of the river is being reduced. So to that extent, we believe and model this reduction in the assimilative capacity of the river in terms of the so-called Poisson process. So we assume that because of ongoing climate change, there are damaging shocks that occur to the natural cleansing capacity of the river in accordance with the Poisson process with parameter delta. So the ith shock, if you will, reduces the river's natural capacity to absorb pollution by a particular amount, that's R sub I, and these R sub i's, that is the damage amounts, are assumed to be independent and identically distributed, and of course independent of NT, where NT is the total number of shocks that occur in the time period of interest, here assumed to be 0. So our task is, given these random shocks to the river water's ability to cleanse itself, we want to come up with a metric that describes what these actual shocks are looking like in this time period 0 to t. We can engage in a fair amount of mathematics and then come up with RT. RT is the total amount of shocks that have occurred in the time interval 0t. And the only additional thing that you need to recognize is that because some level of the river water's ability to cleanse itself of pollution exists, we assume that a shock that hits at a particular time sometime later, the magnitude of the shock decreases exponentially. So a shock that occurs in magnitude r at time period 0 will decline to some lower amount, and we have exponential decay of this particular shock. Hence, the total number of shocks that have occurred by some time interval 0 to t is given by RT, and because RT is a random variable, we want to compute its expected value, or the mean total reduction in the natural pollution absorbing capacity of the river. And we can come up with a measure of the mean or the expectation of RT given by equation 2. So equation 2 gives us a closed form expression for the mean total reduction in the Ganges River's natural pollution absorbing capacity. So this is the dynamic part of the paper that concludes, and now the analysis is static at a particular point in time, or specifically point T. Okay, so think about two tanneries, A and B. They're leather producing firms that are situated on the same side of the Ganges bank in this industrial suburb of the city of Kanpur that's called Jajbaum. The tanneries produce leather, and the leather production requires the use of chemicals that are toxic to humans. And tannery A, I'm going to assume, is located upstream of tannery B. So tannery A produces leather in accordance with this production function. The total production of leather depends on labor use. And tannery B, which is downstream, also has a similar production function with one additional twist. And the additional twist here in the case of tannery B is that tannery B is impacted by X naught, where X naught is the natural cleansing capacity, or if you like, the natural assimilative capacity of the Ganges River. Now, this natural cleansing capacity is, of course, dependent on the mean number of shocks that we just computed. So as the mean number of shocks goes up, the derivative of this function f here is negative, which means the natural cleansing capacity goes down. So when we look at tannery B's production function, this is the total amount of leather produced. It's the same as the production function for tannery A. But of course, if there is too much pollution in the river water, then the ability of tannery B to produce leather is adversely affected by this additional factor that we are looking at here. And alpha is a strength of the pollution externality that's generated by the upstream firm's leather producing activities. So if there is too much pollution in terms of leather production, then there is going to be this negative impact. That's the first line of equation 5 here. Okay, so the price of a unit of leather is given by P, and the wage that is paid to labor is given by W. And because tanneries are firms, we assume that they both maximize profits. So first we look at the benchmark case. The profit maximization problem of firm A is here. So the optimal amount of leather to hire is right here, and the optimal amount of leather to produce is given by equation 8. So tannery A should simply hire this much labor and produce this much leather if it is to maximize profits when it's not concerned about pollution at all. On the other hand, profit function for tannery B is given by this particular expression, equation 10. It's more complicated because we have to account for the fact that tannery B is negatively impacted by the activities of tannery A, particularly if there is too much pollution. So the optimal labor hired by tannery B is equation 12, and the optimal amount of leather produced is equation 13. Now, when there is an external diseconomy, that's the pollution we're talking about, the strength of that external diseconomy is captured by this alpha parameter here. So in this benchmark case, when there is no pollution to contend with, we can set the value of alpha equal to 0 in the relevant equations, and that gives us this particular expression. Both tanneries produce the same amount of leather because neither tannery is impacted by pollution of any kind in this benchmark case. Okay. Now, it's important to understand that we've modeled the impact of climate change in a very particular way. It affects labor hire and leather production only through this particular term. Okay, so with the benchmark case out of the way, we now study what happens when we actually account for the negative externality. So tannery A, of course, doesn't face any pollution problem because it is upstream of tannery B. So its leather production continues to be what we just showed and given here by X star. Now, when tannery B is negatively impacted by the polluting of the Ganges River, and the strength of this externality is measured by alpha, the parameter, we have a situation where B's ability to produce leather is actually impacted. And as a result, the amount of leather that B produces is much less than what it would otherwise produce had there been no externality. So what we're measuring here is that as the intensity of the climate change phenomenon goes up, the expectation of the mean damages goes up, and hence the river's natural ability to assimilate pollution goes down. And hence leather production by tannery B also decreases. Okay, so what do we do about this particular phenomenon? So the method that we're suggesting in this particular paper is what natural resource economists call unitization. That basically means merging the two tanneries A and B to create a larger single firm. So when we look at the joint profit maximization problem of the two tanneries, the merged tanneries profits are here, pi without any subscript, and the profit function can be written by equation 16. The first order necessary conditions for an optimum are given by equations 17 and 18. They describe how much leather is optimal to use now. And in this particular context, again, after a fair amount of algebra, we can simplify the amount of labor that is to be used by the former tannery A and the former tannery B, given by equations 19 and 20. Moving on, what we see is that in the case of the merged tannery, the former A tannery uses less labor than it would have otherwise used, and the former B tannery now uses more labor than it would have otherwise used. So that's what is stated here. In the unitized tannery, there is less employment of labor than the original tannery A, and more labor than in the original tannery B. So in the merged firm, there is a clear incentive to reallocate labor from the original tannery A to the tannery B, because the merged or unitized firm clearly internalizes the negative externality that occurs, and hence there is an impact on leather production. So practically speaking, there are more than 400 of these tanneries in Kanpur, many of them, practically speaking, all of them contributing to water pollution. And as a result, merging all of these many tanneries is likely to create a definite positive impact in the Ganges River's water quality because of the natural tendency to want to internalize the underlying externality that exists in this particular paper. Now, what are the climate change impacts? When climate change becomes more severe, that's the delta parameter going up. What that means is that this particular term, the impact of pollution, becomes stronger. And as a result, when there is more damaging climate change, this acts as an incentive to increase labor use by the original tannery A and decrease labor use by the original tannery B. Remember, this is exactly the opposite of what we suggested a minute ago, because here we said, just looking at the pollution problem, the tannery A formerly now uses less labor, tannery B formerly now uses more labor. That's the economics of the problem. But when you look at the climate change aspects of the problem, the suggestion in terms of labor use is exactly the opposite. So the point is, the above results run counter to those stated for unitization. So when we explicitly account for climate change in our pollution modeling, this can actually reduce the benefits of unitization. And in principle, depending on how much more labor you use, it may completely nullify the benefits of unitization once we explicitly account for the benefits that unitization typically provides us. So concluding this analysis, this paper, to the best extent as I can tell, is the first that explicitly models how climate change affects water pollution in the river Ganges and how this affects the pollution that is caused by tanneries in the city of Kanpur. We constructed a metric that looks at the natural capacity of the Ganges to absorb pollution, and then first studied a benchmark case in which there is no pollution. Then we looked at what happens when pollution affects B negatively as a result of the polluting activities of tannery A. And finally, we looked at the unitized or merged form and then discussed some policy implications. There are, of course, many extensions possible. One obvious extension would be to analyze the interaction between these two tanneries A and B when either one of them, for instance, takes actual mitigation measures to reduce the adverse impacts of climate change. Another possibility is when the government of the state of Uttar Pradesh, where Kanpur happens to be located, dispenses with costly regulation and uses market mechanism to merge a number of existing tanneries in Kanpur, as suggested in the analysis in this particular paper. So let me stop there.
Hello, my name is Gregor Kinelski. I have the presentation about the sustainability problem in the smart city, because the smart city is not only the cameras and traffic lights or something like that. That's the like a direction of development of smart city is not only the technology, but the few different things from my presentation today. Please, next slide. And the smart city, if you know, this is the areas for, from the definitions, this is the communities, powiats, and cities and metropolis must be the smart city. And this is the creative populations, or for example, the knowledge creations or digital space as services for citizens. And it's like a proven ability to innovate in these areas, in these cities. Next slide. But smart city have the 4 level. Now, of course, in the science definitions is that have the 4 level, because the first level is only the technology and use the modern technologies and use the technologies for citizens, but only from the cities infrastructures, like the cameras on traffic lights, or I don't know, the special abilities for modern technologies in the city to use by citizen and the rest of for example, the guests of the cities. Next slide. The Smart City 2.0 is a level not only the some technologies, but the technologies and are the local authorities. They use the technologies not only by city, but the local authorities, and this used to, for example, the contact with citizens and have the two-way communications with the citizens, with the inhabitants. Next. And Smart City 3.0 is from since 2015. That this model is the inhabitant in creating further development. That's the not only the municipal office have the power in the city, but citizens have the power in the cities by the two-way communications and decided about the, for example, investment or develop the city. And the Smart City 3.0 is, of course, the technologies by using by municipal office, local government, citizens, and these sites discuss together and create the new future of city. Next slide. And from my opinion, now we have in a lot of cities in the Europe, for example, we have the Smart City 3.5, that we have the technologies, but we have a little bit something more. That the 3.5 means that we have, for example, the development of electromobility, the data protections. We use the smart technologies for data protections, for example, 5G network, or it's very important for climate. We use the energy efficiency monitoring and control, intelligence control, used to reduce the consumptions, energy, gas, or heat, which we use in the city. This is the start of this system for Smart City 4.0. Please, next slide. And Smart City 4.0, it's our future, but I know that we try include it, it's not only the technology, but next one is of course the not only the technology, but social participations, cooperations with residents, supporting social capital, and this is important to energy efficiency and consequently lower living cost for citizens and to be the sustainable cities for next generations. Next slide. And when we discuss about it, I find the special theory, the capital 4T theory by Professor Florida. And this is very good definitions for the Smart City 4.0, because it's not only the technologies, like I said, and not only the social, but technologies, talent, tolerance, and trust. This is the 4T. And the cities must take care not only about the development of technology, but need to develop the talent of citizens, develop the tolerance in the city, and develop the trust between each other. And this is very important to be the smart city on the 4 level, smart cities on the 4 level. And in this point, it's a point of networking between the citizens and the municipal office, for example, and networking to reductions of pollutions or to be the more sustainability cities. And Smart City 4.0 is for today, it's a full cities to be the sustainable cities. Next slide. And on this picture is this 4 level in synthetic picture. And of course, on the number 4, the 4.0 is a city that take advantages of the opportunities offered by sustainable development. Next slide. And when we go to the smart networking, we of course thinking about the holistic conceptions of smart city, but networking not only between the citizens, but networking between the infrastructures and citizens and guests and tourists. And this is like a more than only our social networking each other. Next slide. And when we have when we're preparing on the university and in our cities, in our company to this topic, we take on the table 6,000 points of thermal energy, users of thermal energy in the biggest Polish metropolis, Warsaw metropolis, in this capital city in Poland. And we take this 6,000 point of consumptions of thermal energy in the pipes. We produce the thermal energy from the coal, hard coal. It's not ecological productions, but we spend a few thousand hours for try to regulations of these systems, and we preparing the special network between the 6,000 point of regulations of the thermal power in the users.
You have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And we try to reductions of pollutions, CO2, NOx, SO2, and another pollutions by regulations. No, but reductions of consumptions by regulations, very networking and smart regulations between the point of consumption, the thermal energy in this. Next slide. And for example, for Warsaw, we take in first year reductions for 75 terajoules energy. It's a lot of 1,000 tons of hard coal when we not fire in our power plants near to the Warsaw, and this is the not use the thermal energy. It's the reductions only by regulations. Our system upgrade working from the last few years, and now we have the each year the reductions of consumptions heat, but still it's a comfort in the houses and in the offices, but we have a smaller losses on the thermal pipes. Next. Oh, thank you. And potential, we're thinking about the potential in the other cities. We take on the table the next metropolis in the Poland, the Silesia region, very industrial region, and a lot of pollutions. And next slide. And we observe that we can reductions the 1,000 tons of CO2 per year in the new areas when we implement the smart regulations, smart city technologies in the new cities with the thermal energy. Thank you. From my side is all. Thank you for your attentions and questions. Don't hesitate to ask me.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that presentation. So let me ask a question. So I am aware of Florida's discussion of the 3 T's, talent, technology, and tolerance, and you've added trust to that. So I'm trying to get a sense for what you think are some of the ways in which cities can go about promoting trust amongst its citizens.
From my side, the trust is a safety, and is a building the safety for citizens, and this is one, and trust that the city makes good decisions for citizens and for next generations, that the local governments makes good decisions, not only for local governments good decisions, but good decisions for citizens and for families of citizens and for next generations of these citizens. That's I think that the trust is building by good decisions and about the good decisions. That when the citizens have the trust to the municipal office, that's the municipal offices and politics, local politics, make the good decisions for these citizens and good decisions for the next generations.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I guess Ursula isn't here, so I'm going to take the liberty in my capacity as chair to conclude this particular session. Thank you very much to all the presenters and to the attendees for coming to this particular session on cities and regions and climate change. So I'll close the session now. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. I guess we should start in order to be in time. We do have 90 minutes for this session. You know, this session is on resilient development, driving force of urban and regional transformation processes. I have the honor and I appreciate to chair this session. My name is Rudolf Giffinger. I'm professor at the TU Wien, at the Vienna Technical University, and I was heading the Center for Urban and Regional Research, which is part of the Institute of Spatial Planning in the Faculty of Architecture and Planning. I retired more than 1 year ago. But anyhow, I'm still interested in this discussion and scientific research on resilient development. Anyhow, we do have 5 presentations in this session. I hope all of them are here in the meantime. You're welcome, and also welcome to the auditorium. And I hope we will have some stimulating presentations. The presentation should be 13 minutes, yeah. And so that we have some minutes after each presentation for discussion. I guess it's better to have questions immediately after the presentations because topics are relatively different, but if there is some time at the very end, probably we can have a more general discussion at the very end. Okay, so let us start with the presentation of the paper number 1. And I guess this will be done by Lydia Mirczejewska. So please, the floor is yours, Lydia.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lydia Mierzejewska, and together with my colleague Magdalena Wdowicka, we represent Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, and we will present the result of the larger team's research entitled The Role of Greenery in Building a Healthy, Stress-Resilient City. It is a part of a bigger project titled A Stress-Resilient City Under Pandemic Condition, COVID-19, which is funded by Polish National Science Center. We all live in the world full of stress. However, the number of potential stress-inducing factors is greater in cities than outside them. There is growing research indicating that urban residents are increasingly more often exposed to stress and also more vulnerable to it than rural inhabitants. Moreover, city residents demonstrate a stronger brain reaction to stress, experiencing usually more intense cognitive dysfunction, anxiety and fears, and more often falling into depression. These effects seem independent on age, gender, overall physical health, civil status, and the level of wealth, but intensify with the city size. Recently, the COVID pandemic, which has made a particular mark on cities, has become an additional powerful stressor for urban residents. The pandemic affected all areas of life: family, work, and close relationships. It limited everyday activity, making it impossible to sustain previous common lifestyle. As a cumulative effect of chronic stress has a deep impact on physical and mental health, physicians advocate for the need to reduce it. As urbanization on the global scale is unavoidable, there is an urgent need to improve knowledge on the frightening as well as health-protecting element of urban life. Their identification is a starting point for the development of effective ways of limiting the degree to which people are exposed to stressors, for a reduction in the stress vulnerability, and the acceleration of post-stress regeneration. It, as a result, will increase the resilience and reduce the risk of health problems following the stress during and after pandemic. What may help to build city dwellers' resilience to stress is increasingly adopted urban health programs in which the role of proper land use and the city's natural resources is emphasized and their relationship to human health is recognized. A lot of health-promoting benefits are associated with green spaces. What has been proved is the relationship between greenery and stress and anxiety reduction. Both declared and objective, measured by the level of cortisol stress level, falls alongside an increase in amount of green spaces. Contact with the natural environment is conducive to mental renewal, mood improvement, and also concentration improvement. Forest environment plays a special role in this regard, what is more widely described in the Shinrin-yoku concept. The mechanism of these relationships has been explained in Ullich's stress reduction theory. Thus, from the analysis of the literature, it appears that in the context of stress, greenery serves both preventive, reducing, and regenerative functions. It is therefore necessary to reconstruct cities in the direction of providing residents with access to properly landscaped green spaces, which is a part of long-term effort of strategic importance for urban resilience. The research procedure in this work is basically aimed at verifying a hypothesis whereby greenery reduced the level of urban dwellers' stress during the pandemic and after it. On the other hand, the specific objectives relate to the determination of the level and source of city residents' stress during the pandemic, the role of greenery in mitigating it, and also the indication of a spatial urban structure model conducive to improving resilience of city dwellers to stress and building a stress-resilient city. The implementation of the adopted study objectives and verification of the hypothesis proposed required the application of a series of research methods. The most important of this was GO questionnaire. The pilot GO questionnaire studies were carried out from July to September this year among residents of Poznań city, one of the largest Polish city, a regional level metropolis. The GO questionnaire studies in online form covered 651 people together. The structure of respondents by demographic and economic features is presented in the table on the slide. And now I would like to ask my colleague Magdalena Wdowicka to present the result of this study and its conclusion.
Thank you, Lydia. Good morning to everyone. As Lydia mentioned, urban dwellers are particularly severe exposed to stress today, and this has been confirmed by result of the pilot research conducted among the residents of Poznań city as a part of our scientific project. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the respondents assessed their stress level at 5.47 on average on the 0 to 10 scale. And it was not experienced at all by 5% of the respondents, whereas 7% suffered from stress at the highest level. Over 40% of the respondents declared an increase in the stress level experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. And what's interesting, the stress level depends primarily on gender and education. Women are more stressed than men, and the higher the education, the higher the stress level. What should be noted is that the most stressful factor for the residents during the COVID-19 pandemic was not the virus itself, but a series of the resultant restrictions imposed in urban space. As we can see, why the presence of the virus was highly disturbing for a mere 37% of interviewees, as much as 78% of them experienced stress related to the fear of rising prices, nearly 70% because of difficulties in accessing health services, 64% in relation to the restriction on movement and living apartments, 56% feared to lose income, and 54% felt threatened because of travel difficulties. And the residents of Poznań indicate mainly psychophysical aspects of the health deteriorations resulting from the stress, such as weakness and general reluctance to act, problems with concentration and memorizing, sleeping disorders, anxiety attacks, growing family conflicts, as well as compulsive eating. The respondent's stress was exacerbated primarily by staying in closed public spaces within the city, including the healthcare institutions, large shopping centers, railway station and public transport stops, public offices and churches. In contrast, as we can see, green spaces and outdoor recreational areas in particular contribute to reducing the stress of city dwellers. In Poznań, it's easy to notice that places where stress is reduced are concentrated mainly around green areas. As we can see for example, the Citadel Park, also the Lake of Malta, Kierski Lake, and whereas those exasperating stress are mainly public transport stops, railway station, including the Poznań railway station, and large shopping centers. As we can see, being surrounded by greenery, or even a view of greenery itself, outdoor activity, garden work, and plant cultivation, these are the activities which help to reduce stress in the greatest extent. On the other hand, what's very interesting, the COVID-19 vaccination reduced stress to a small degree, which has been indicated by a mere 31% of respondents. And some conclusions. The results of the research conducted among Poznań residents confirm the thesis developed in the literature that urban dwellers perceive their stress level as above average, and the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated this stress. The results are also confirmed by conclusions drawn from many publications about a reducing impact of greenery and outdoor recreation on the stress level. Being surrounded by greenery helps almost all interviewees to reduce the stress level. And what turned out important, however, was also looking at the greenery itself. The research results reveal also the need to reconstruct a spatial structure of post-pandemic cities towards increasing in the share of green spaces. And what's interesting, and managed greenery is particularly desirable. The conception of a biophilic city may become a model of desirable transformations in the urban environment, serving to build healthy and change resilient, especially stress resilient urban centers. This model emphasizes not only the quantity and universal ability of green areas, but also their quality, including in particular the complexity, naturalness, and biodiversity. And what's important is not only an increase in the proportion of green space in urban structure and its concentration in selected points or places, but its dispersion over the areas performing different functions in a city. Both open and closed public spaces require transformation, including, of course, primarily those exacerbating resident stress. I mean, public transport stops, railway stations, shopping centers, healthcare institutions, public offices, and so on. And what is also important is to make it possible for urban dwellers to commune with nature daily, at least a 5-minute contact with nature, both at the place of residence and workplace. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, many thanks, Lydia. And the second one was, sorry, it was Camilla. Yeah. Many thanks for the presentations. Oh, sorry, Magdalena. Sorry. So that we got an insight in your interesting studies. I have a question. Stress is, from my point of view, I'm not a psychologist, but it's on the one hand side dependent on the factors which are influencing us, which are producing impacts in our system, how we evaluate and how we react on certain situations. But at the same time, we know that stress is also very much dependent on the individual constitution of persons. Yeah. So did you make any differentiation of the personalities of the interview partners? What you showed us is that surprisingly, stress was even clearer given the higher the social position is. But did you analyze more the individual situation or characteristics of persons with regard to their answers or to their level of stress? Did you do that?
Thank you for this question. This is the beginning of our research in this project, and now we base only on declared subjective stress of the respondents, and we notice that it depends only on gender, as I said. But at the second step, we planned to investigate the objective level of the stress and investigate the level of cortisol in the city population. And it will be interesting for us if there is any differences in the objective and subjective level of the stress.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting project you're doing. Okay, in the chat, there are no other questions. So in order to to keep the time schedule, thank you very much for your presentation. It was interesting. And let us come to the second one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The second presentation is by Anna Marimoric. Is she here?
Life in the urban environment. Appealing to the concept of new urbanism in the spatial development of megacities, successful urban public space must be attractive to residents, within which there is stable social-culture exchange. Successfully created public space is polyfunctional, political, communication, recreational, entertainment is included by citizens in stereotypical models of spatial behavior. The landscape approach in designing the city environment does not conflict with the principles of the new urbanism. Existing trend is the creation of new urban space that fit organically into the environment. Landscape's approach to the organization of urban spaces is exactly the format of sustainable integration of anthropogenic elements into the natural landscape. Landscape organization of public spaces creates the parameters of the life that contribute to the condition of increased comfort, expands human opportunities in the field of recreation and more. The application of the landscape approach in the renovation of recreational urban spaces implies its universality, including the availability of multifunction, the possibility of social communication of different residents, improves convenience, accessibility, comfort, enhances the aesthetics, increases its safety. The demand for the landscapes approach is growing as a result of significant transformation of modern cities, changes in stylistic, increasing the scale of urban space, the desire of improve the quality, safety, comfort of life. The ecological context of the organization of urban spaces refers to overcoming stressful climatic anomalies which determines the preservation and expansion of areas with green plants, which become islands of freshness and comfort for citizens. The comfort of the urban environment is invested in understanding the improvement of health and recreation areas. An important component of special planning projects to renew the key environment is the creation of recreational space in the form of recreational sports, entertainment, educational, cognitive zones, etc. They are able to develop both within the created urban infrastructure and to be a part of the neighboring urban space, expanding its functionality, adding aesthetic appeal, because the landscape approach in the organization of recreation space take into account the principles of ecology, multifunctionality, aesthetics, connectivity, and other. Design and construction of residential areas of Kyiv within the low floodplain of the left and right banks of the Dnipro, such as Rusanivka, Abalon, Tryeshchina, Pozniki, etc. Urban development was carried out using the hydro-flooding method to raise the natural levels of the relief and the construction to a non-flooding level in the period of floods and maximum water spillage. Along with the created artificial relief, the terrain marks was raised to 5 meters. The surface was drained with artificial lakes, and urban spaces were improved by planting cultural vegetation. In fact, residential areas directly faced the Dnipro and human-made lakes, taking into account the elevation of the relief and proximity to water. In these projects led inter-house aeration, which improved the physiological indicators of the microclimate of the massifs. The urban spaces of the new buildings are supplemented with recreation and health zones, taking into account the proximity to water bodies and green spaces. This ensured the principle of polyfunctionality and connectivity. The study of the thermal condition of the specified areas indicates a significant improvement in the indicator of heat and moisture exchange between the Earth's surface and the environment near water bodies and massives of plantations. Recreational spaces of these residential areas become islands of freshness for residents in the conditions of continuous construction and dominance of artificial surfaces. In fact, a number of other functions of social and cultural exchange of citizens have been transferred to this space. The purpose to the organization of Kyiv recreational space is to implement a strategy of adaptive recreation. Recreational space as a convenient to meet the recreational needs of different simplicity and characters, daily, weekly, annual, and active or passive. The Kyiv recreational space is historically formed. However, it needs renovation and is developing as an affinity of self-sufficient recreational clusters that effectively use the natural landscape in their structure. This gives separate recreational clusters individuality, meeting the recreational needs of residents through the implementation of various forms and types of cognitive activities of vacationers. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks for this video. Unfortunately, it's a pity that because of this conditions there, and our colleagues in Ukraine are suffering. So, but anyhow, we could get an impression about their idea on green infrastructure. And are there any questions from the auditorium or any comment on? I think it is a good example that the green infrastructure is one of these components which is driving and trigger urban transformation, not only in the urbanistic or in the physical structures, but also in lifestyles, in the social development, as it is triggering new possibilities and new facilities to cope with climate change impacts or pandemic impacts as well. Okay, I see no question, no comment in the chat, so that gives us the possibility to continue with the third presentation. And this presentation is on comparative analysis of the complex resilience index, a Hungarian pilot study. And I guess Cindy will do this presentation. The authors, you're welcome, and the floor is yours. 13 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Laura Sandy. I am an associate professor in the University of Miskolc, Faculty of Economics and Institute of World and Regional Economics. And in the while, I have started also measuring the time. So today's presentation will be about not this topic. Can we change it to the other slide? I asked the organizers because it was yesterday's slide. Sorry. Yes, thank you very much. So it will be a comparative analysis of complex resilience index, and it will be a Hungarian pilot study which we have conducted in the University of Miskolc. So let's start with a short table of content. After a brief introduction, I will be talking about a short theoretical background of resilience, and after that I will show you the methodology and data which we have used for the calculations for this pilot study. And we have calculated a complex resilience index for a peripheral county inside Hungary, for Borsod Plain and its cities, from economic, social and environmental components. So if we are talking about resilience, then the cities are very complex and very sophisticated systems. They are the centers of development, economic growth, but also this concentration of some factors makes them vulnerable and makes them dependent from economic and social processes. So if a crisis is happening, then it raises huge challenges also for the cities. Several studies have used the term resilience not only in the economics but also in nature sciences. And it means somehow the reactive capacity of a system to successfully adapt to a shock-like external impact, which is coming from outside. It was introduced first by Holling, and it's originally meant the recovery of an ecological system in a complex state of equilibrium after a strong shock. Also, the EU is making efforts to make the regions more and more resilient. So in this recent study, our main aim was to investigate the resilience of the cities of Borsod Plain County using a resilience index and rank the cities based on them. Our main research question was that whether the most resilient cities in social or environmental terms are also the most resilient ones in economic terms. So what does it mean for them? That's why we have checked first the theory of resilience. We have used two main definitions, which was the basis of our research. The first was made by Gábor Pirisi in 2019, and he said that resilience is a social construct created by a spatially organized community linked by institutionalized and informal relationships. And the other one, which was much more important by our study is the definition of the World Bank, which means the ability of a system or entity to adapt to a variety of changing conditions and to withstand shocks while still maintaining its essential functions. So it's a little bit closer to our thinking. And we have also make clustering of, or we have grouped the common points of the definitions, because as, for example, smart cities, also resilience doesn't have a clear definition yet in the literature, and that's why we try to collect the common points of these definitions. In this definition figure, we can see that both in time frame, both in territorial level, there can be huge differences. Here we can see also the two definitions which we have checked as a basis of our analysis, but besides them, a lot of other things are important, like the ability of forecast crisis, or the different levels of vulnerability, or the sustainability of the cities. So a lot of definitions are mentioned, and as in the definitions, also in the measurement methods, there is not an agreed on measurement method, because, for example, Drobniak has measured only one indicator, the GDP, and its changes. But, for example, in China, some researchers have measured more than 130 indicators, so it's very complex to measure the resilience. In the methodology and data section, first I will talk about the selection of indicators, what was the main requirement which we have applied. We try to select some variables which are available for all of the cities, which can be repeated in other time periods to check the changes and the trends in the resilience index, and to ensure national and international comparability. Probably this one is the most difficult one, because the different countries are using different data sets and indicator sets, and it's not easy to compare them and to check a lot of data for a given number of cities. Sometimes only the census data was available, which is also a hard point in the analysis, because the census are made 10 yearly, and in the meanwhile there is a microcensus, but it doesn't collect so much data. So the limitations are coming from data limitations, basically. Some only, and there are some available only for shorter time periods, and not the same format is available for all of the countries. So that's why the international comparability is a little bit difficult. And the main theoretical basis was coming from Banica and Muntele in 2017. And we have checked the three components of resilience: economic, social, and environmental resilience. And we have checked 4 years, 2000, 2006, 12, and 18. And here we can see the set of indicators which we have used by the different components. And here you can see that to all of the components we have applied more indicators. We have checked what kind of effect they have on the resilience, positive or negative effect. And because of the different unit of measure, we have used the min-max normalization, and after this process we can compare the results and we can create a complex index. So the one component is the sum of the standardized values of the selected indicators, and the complex resilience index is coming from the arithmetic mean of the sub-indices. And let's see the results. First, we have made the analysis. So I have talked about that it was a pilot study for a county inside Hungary, but we have made the calculations for the whole country, for all of the cities inside Hungary, to check the position of these counties, cities. And here there are the cities which are located inside this peripheral county, inside Borsod and Plain, and we have checked their position in the complete ranking of 346 cities. And only 3 cities, Tiszaújváros, Miskolc, and Kazincbarcika, are in the top 100 cities with the best index. It also shows that this region is rather a peripheral region, both in economic indicators and also in resilience. And the county capitals are typically after the 200th place, which is, I think, not so good position. We can see then the given components of this resilience index. We have made maps, and we have showed how the biggest cities are performing compared to each other. So here we can see the social resilience index component for the county. And we can see that besides the county capital, Miskolc, some big cities, some more populated cities are performing good. So, for example, Kazincbarcika and Tiszaújváros, which are 2 industrial towns with strong chemistry industry. And next to them, there are some small cities which are performing quite good because of the good composition of population, because in these places there is a very good young age dependency ratio. So the young population is very current in these cities, and that's why they can be good in social resilience. We have checked also the economic resilience, where not the county capital was the best performing one, because the stronger industrial capacities are showing better positions here. So, for example, the previously mentioned Kazincbarcika and Tiszaújváros are performing quite good. And only after them comes the county capital, Miskolc. Here in this economic resilience component, sometimes the values are very different from each other, and the least or the worst performing small cities are far away from the best performing ones. So the gap between the best and the worst cities are quite huge. In case of environmental resilience, this gap is much more smaller. Although many cities are performing quite good, there are some cities where this economic resilience is very close to the zero. So in them, they are not following some sustainable strategies, and because of the fact that here there is a lower proportion of forested and protected areas, which are also covered in this economic resilience component. After that, we have checked the complex index in the given county, and we have created 5 clusters among the cities. The first cluster is in the worst situation of resilience. They are cities with very low population, lower than 6,000 inhabitants. Some cities are not located in the center area, and some of them are very huge populated with some ethnical minorities. The second group of cities is the towns of the Miskolc agglomeration, so which are near the county capital. These cities are usually between 2,000 and 7,000 people, or more populous than 10,000 people. The third group of cities is in the central and the northern part of the county. They are performing quite good, while to the fourth group of cities, only one city is belonging to that, Pálháza, which is in whole Hungary the smallest city. Or the smallest town, and it's quite a unique town. And to the first group, they are the county capital and the 2 industrial towns, which I have mentioned, Tiszaújváros and Kazincbarcika.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Only the summary is remaining. So, summarizing this presentation, we can tell that in the study we have presented a possible method of measuring urban resilience. It was the first step for creating this pilot study, and we will make it for, or in our plan, it's that we will make it for other counties and for other towns inside Hungary, and after that we try to expand it to other countries. So we have attempted to calculate a complex resilience index with more indicators, and we can conclude that 5 groups of cities can be calculated, which has got quite the same resilience index components based on economic, social, and environmental resilience, and this can be a quite good information for the spatial planning and policy also, if we can do it for the whole country, and if we can do that, they are reliable data, so if we can track it in other time periods or in other time frames. And thank you for the kind attention.
Okay, thank you, Dora. Very interesting work you did with your colleagues. Of course, I'm very much interested in your approach to how to build resilience indicators, because you're differentiating 3 different topics according to the sustainability understanding. Looking at your results, I have 2 questions. The first one is that resilience is a concept which tries to understand how, to which extent, and in which time special entities, cities or regions, community or municipalities are bouncing back. Yeah, when do they come back? So is this expressed by your indicator and your classification as well?
Somehow, yes, but we will make it also for, if we can get the data for 2021 or 22, because to see what kind of effects COVID-19 has made for the cities, and we will try to compare them with the 2018 data, and after that we hope that we can see more about resilience. We have tracked the 2006 and 12 data, so somehow the economic and financial crisis can be also seen in this data. We have seen that some of the cities, and rather the capital, county capital city and the 2 industrial towns can maintain their position and can improve their resilience, but the smallest cities have experienced only smaller development in this time period, so somehow it reflects. But we should check also the COVID-19 effect to make it generalizable.
Yeah. Okay. This is there is no comment from the auditorium of a question. Second question I would like to raise: resilience, again, according to this time-dependent understanding, there is a more sophisticated discussion that it says that we do not know what the next impacts will be and what are the challenges of tomorrow. So there is this conclusion that the most important aspect has become the preparedness of cities and regions. Did you consider, and I was not able to look at all indicators, did you consider in a certain sense this idea of preparedness?
Until now, it doesn't contain this type of indicator, but we try to make it more complex, but the main problem is to gather data for the small towns or for the small cities. So it's one of the most important problem. But in a project which was generated in the previous years, we have tried to measure with some questionnaires in Miskolc this preparedness indicator, but we have data only for the county capital. So for the other cities, we didn't have this data until now. So
yeah, sorry for
so
the
not yet, not yet integrated.
Of course, it's
That's the correct answer.
no, it's probably this is a different approach you would need, but anyhow, very interesting analysis you did for this, and most of all, very interesting as you did it for not for the typical bigger cities or the well-known, so that it is valuable even for the regional planning discussion in this greater part of Hungary. Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, and we will come to the next one. This is the presentation to the New I am a closer to it's on the topic of the smart indicator concept, the post-war resilient development in Ukraine cities. As we did this paper in really very uncertain time, nobody knows how this incredible aggression will end up and in which situation cities will result after all. We decided more to work on a path dependent view on resilience indicators, and so here we will only present the concept, because to define indicators already at this stage is, from our point of view, you will see why this is not a good idea. Anyhow, I will start very briefly, first 7 minutes, and then I give over the floor to Solomia for the second part. So please, so I can start. Yeah, I can start. Why did we do this paper? There was a really very attractive opportunity to collaborate, because Solomia came to Vienna based on another project, and then she asked me to not only to work on smart indicators, but also to see how path dependent or to consider the path dependency of Ukrainian cities when the territory, when all cities come out and will face new conditions after the war. So we, and for sure, we know that there is already a big loss, a substantial loss of the different types of capital, if you think in the categories of Kamanis, territorial capital components. It is uncertain, incredibly uncertain what else will happen. We heard yesterday this very important contribution by Professor Mentzev on urbicide of Ukraine, which is taking place in Ukraine cities. And therefore, we really want to say we are not now in the position to already to know how to start, but to give a conceptual idea was the basic objective of this presentation. So what you can expect is some methodological requirements I will introduce briefly. You should be familiar with that. Why we use a place-based understanding, yeah, and then we come up with a matrix of urban domains, which means this should be the specific domains which should be considered for the indicator discussion. And finally, we give some idea what kind of indicators should be used or developed and applied, and what are the requirements when it comes to the situation to start. So indicators, there is 4 characteristics which should be considered. They should be beneficial, they should be people-centered, they should be measurable, and they should be practical. These are basic requirements in the indicator discussion. So the beneficial dimension we try to touch with the discussion of livable cities, and this means a policy-oriented approach. How can we understand livability? It should consider the impact of smart and resilient city policies, which are dominant in many countries, in many cities, and they already had been taken up even for Ukrainian cities. However, they are interrupted due to the war. The need of indicators, so we need a concept which is multidimensional, and which describes on the one hand side the quality of infrastructure, but also from a more people-centered perspective, the acceptance and the performance and the acceptance of such services provided by infrastructures. You need idea how to construct indicators. We try to define them from a past-dependent perspective of view, and we come up with an outlook how these basic ideas which are developed here can go on. You know, this discussion that resilience means to bounce back. And here we have to distinguish 4 different phases. The first one, very generally, is the impact itself. And this could be of different qualities. Here in the Ukrainian case, we have this very strong and incredible impact on cities, destroying infrastructure and reducing the quality of services in an incredible extent. How can cities respond, and how do they respond is the next period, and to bounce back as fast as possible. How to recover already means how to adapt to new situations. And here it is not in front, we do not discuss a new aggression, but we will discuss it more on the background of climate change. And how to understand the last and probably the most important period for the future, how to become better prepared for new challenges. So resilient cities, according policies, should foster activities to mitigate or to avoid vulnerabilities, to increase resource capacities for adaptation, and to enable innovations and learning processes for the phase of preparedness. On the other side, even Ukrainian cities had already been on the way to become smart and to increase the smartness of such cities. You know, there is a very wide discussion, and usually one starts, it is still an unclear concept. You see here 3 different discussion definitions, one by Namen Pardo on specific 3 dimensions, on people, institutions, and technology. There is this perspective of Andrea Caraglio, which he emphasized yesterday again in his presentation, when he was analyzing the impact now more not on ecological resilience, but on social sustainability, but on social sustainability issues like social digital divide in urban societies. And there are other aspects emphasized in this discussion. However, I did a project with my team starting in 2007. We did this approach in 3 or 4 different versions and come up with this European Smart Cities benchmarking approach some years ago. And we understand corresponding policies as they have to foster a place-based understanding. This means always to be people-centered, to be aware of the local level of development and not a normative upper level, and to observe actors behaving and acceptance of infrastructure in services, and to integrate or to consider actors' interests and assessments into such approaches. This has many implications on the indicator construction. So, to finish my part, we merge these 2 ideas of smart and resilient and say we do have 6 different domains of smart development: smart people, economy, governance, etc. And on the other side, this path-dependent perspective of resilience, we distinguish the phase of response, recovery, and preparedness. We do that because we are convinced that we do need completely different indicators according to the level of development a city is in, or a city comes out of an impact. And for sure, we can assume that Ukrainian cities are suffering to a different extent and come out to different socioeconomic, socio-ecological problems after that war. And this means that even the idea to increase smartness has to be considered in this past perspective. So that's my part, and now I would like to hand over the presentation to Solomia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Solomia Tkac, and I am a senior researcher at the Lishny Institute of Regional Research at National Academy of Ukraine. So I'm honored to continue this presentation, and let's go. In Ukraine, the largest country in Europe, cities form the basic of the settlement system of the entire territory. In the 461 cities of Ukraine live 70% of country's population. During the past years, a course for development of smart cities in Ukraine was chosen at the central and local levels. The continuation of this course was declared both in the 2021-2027 State Regional Development Strategy and the new National Recovery Plan, which was presented by the Ukrainian government on July 2022 at a conference in Lugano. In particular, the continuation of drafting a framework document on recovery and transformation of cities into smart cities, which was interrupted by the war, is expected. Ukraine has a successfully example of a municipal transformation based on smart city concept. It should be noted that before the war, the transformation of city in the term of smart city concept in practice is non-uniform and scattered. Some individual elements are often introduced rather than the concept as a whole. Ukrainian cities just recovering from pandemic, they is facing an even larger crisis, fighting for survival. Since the beginning of war, we have many damages. For example, 6 cities are totally destroyed. More than 400 industrial enterprises was damaged and destroyed. 40% of Ukrainian energy infrastructure is seriously damaged. And it's not all list of our problems, unfortunately. Thus, in the post-war period of Ukrainian cities will face multiplied challenges. As was shown by Professor Rudolph in a smart indicator concept, there are 3 stages of resilient development. They are radically different, and it's really important to know. According to the set of indicators is also different. For example, in first stage of response and robustness, the main question is, the main question is which damages with which consequence in the social, economic, and environmental context are dominant, needing interventions. As this is the first period, corresponding urgency assistance must be organized based on actual information regarding the outcome of incidents is necessary for effective emergency assistance. In fact, this is all the information necessary to ensure basic survival and functional of cities, and not more in this stage. This is the loss of human capital, the level of damage of infrastructure, and so on. In this context, the next stage will include another approach. On the stage of recovery and adaptation, main question are how can a city adapt to new conditions? And which resources are available to recover and adapt against incidents. Indicators should predominantly describe existing and functional endowment, and in particular their performance as outcome of general development. Dimensions of indicators should identify qualities and performance within the domains of smart people, economy, governments, mobility, and living. Besides, output indicators should describe for each domain which measure and project contribute to better performance at this stage. Within this stage, outcome and output indicator can be measured based on corresponding statistic, but also by the evaluation of such dimensions based on perception of corresponding actors and residents. On the last one stage of preparedness and transformation, main question are how can a city meet new and often unknown challenges through systematic improvement, and which process are necessary in order to transform infrastructure system, society, and economic structures through improved governance. So based on the experience of recovery in this last stage, additional efforts of strategic planning should enhance learning capacities, strengthens innovation system, and knowledge production in a diverse and inclusive milieu. Hence, outcome indicators should predominantly describe existing digital endowment and usability of internal in different domains, the quality of government's efforts in enabling inclusive platforms, and cooperation strengthens research, learning, and innovation system. As you see, it's a totally different approach than in before 2 stage. Output indicators on policies, trends, and the transformation will identify the qualified improvement of learning system as well as offers financial, technical, and organizer support of cooperative initiatives and communities building through corresponding platforms. In particular, such outcome indicator will describe the existence and quality level accepted by the actors in order to identify strengths and weakness of the city's preparedness.
Okay, you come to an end, please. Yeah.
Yes. So in the end, I want to say that unlike another city, we have to take into account the constant security risk from Russia. Unfortunately, this is a new reality for Ukraine, but now our country turned into a second Israel, which is constantly in the zone of military conflict. So all these indicators also include hazard warning systems, shelters, and other things. What is it's about war. So using livable city approach allows for a comparative approach to the post-war reconstruction of Ukrainian city, take into account maintenance of the country's pre-war course on the development of smart city and individual characteristic of city that it's also very important, and their level of damage from the war. Indicator system needs a place and path-related understanding. So time-related assessment supporting city-specific individual paths. Time-related evidence provides path-specific trends and problems of transformation. Needs implementation of modern urban planning approach. So thank you for attention and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Solomia. Okay. The time is running out. Any questions or comments from the auditorium? And, of course, there are many questions how to operationalize this system of indicator, this concept of indicators. But it's not the time now to discuss which information will be available after the war, hopefully as much as possible. And of course, then one has to start this elaboration of indicators. And our suggestion is even to do it on the individual level of cities, because cities know what are their needs and what are their most urgent problems, which are for sure they are different after this incredible and aggressive period and destructive period. So that it does not make sense to normalize now indicators and normalize the idea of urban development, because cities are starting from completely different new points. And so that's my conclusion as well. I can't see any other comment from the auditorium, so this gives us the chance now to come to the fifth presentation. This is by Agnieszka Turczyńska-Jarmolinska on community gardens and their contribution towards pro-climate activities. This is the short version, and Agnieszka, you are welcome to present your paper.
Good morning. My name is Agnieszka Turczyńska-Jarmolinska, and I would like to present you the research which is a part of IDEA program and the co-adapt project financed by Norwegian funds. And I invite you to the city garden. Okay. Cities face a range of challenges from social to environmental, which is reflected in spatial and functional changes such as climate change and adaptation to it. This process can take place in two ways: top-down, organized by city authorities, but also bottom-up by using the potential of local communities. Both approach to change is correct, and both types of action can contribute to the adaptation of urban space to climate change. Top-down action through the scale of the intervention carried out and costs can lead to gentrification, while bottom-up action are more friendly to local communities, less likely to lead to gentrification, are an element of social integration, and are environmentally just. An example of such grassroots efforts is the creation of community gardens in undeveloped, degraded part of the urban fabric. Such transformed areas can be created for different types of function, from recreation to productive, and are also seen to local centers for the community. The integration of local communities around community gardens strengthens is committed towards pro-environmental action. Therefore, community gardens can be an important link between the perception of greenery as a decorative element in the city to an important infrastructure for the adapting urban space to climate change. There is no singular model of community gardens in the city. The idea of community gardens understood as a form of green spaces, management by resistance and abundant degraded areas was started in New York in the late 1960s and early 1970s. At the time, the city was gripped by a financial crisis. This led the degradation of the urban fabric and its white residents moving away from the city center. Financial problem and the bankruptcies of tenement owners led to the termination of resistant buildings, some of which were deliberately set on the fire in order to extort compensation from the insurance companies. This caused many buildings and plots of the land to be taken over by the city, and consequently, some of these buildings were demolished. At the time, there were 11,000 vacant unused plots of land in New York City, where debris, trash, and cars had accumulated. Their abundant space began to be taken over the local communities, mainly immigrants of religious communities, and the use for the growing vegetables. The first such garden was created in 1962, named El Giardino de Paradiso, cultivated by the Puerto Rican community. In the 1970s, the green gruella, known for its colored scent bombs used to greening urban wasteland, was established. On the initiative of the leader of this organization, Liz Christie, the first community garden is created, which is no longer a spontaneous form of organization space, but supervised by Green Top organization. Taking community gardens in the Lower East Side neighborhood of Lower Manhattan as an example, we can see that occupancy urban gaps left by former buildings, filling them like a green seal. They vary in size and how they are in management and used. Some of them are used for gardening, but often There are only ornament plants creating sacred recreation garden with the gazobons and ponds. Some of them are available to residents all week long and certain times of the day, and others only on the weekends. It's worth nothing that they are more than just green areas. They are small local social centers where meeting, concert, workshop, and yoga classes are organized. There is some kind of history associated with each garden told by the people taking care of the space. In the Genius Loci, an example is Garden for Firemen, dedicated the memory of young firemen who died with extinguishing a fire in the apartment building deliberately set of the fire band Aerosmith. In New York City, you will also find community gardens set up for children in the rising neighborhood, for example, Disney Community Garden or Toyota Children Community Garden. In other cities, such as Boston, excuse me, but something, I have problem with changing the slides, sorry. There are many community gardens in different forms. They are created stility larger areas, functioning as urban squares, which are fenced off, creating a mosaic of small individually tended plots. In the European cities, community gardens are becoming an increasingly popular initiative. In Paris, it's not working, sorry.
Left and right button on your keyboard. Left and right.
Oh, yes. Okay. In Paris, community gardens are taken a similar form to this in New York. In 20 district garden occupancy gaps between buildings, becoming place of integration and cultivation action for local integration centers. There are also garden establishment in the space of abandoned railroads, which today are systematically transported into line parts. Others are separated from to the large park space, constructing the functional and special program in the St. Owen Park. Community gardens are almost the central space of the park, and the garden character of the space was emphasized by means of the freestanding greenhouse construction to the center of the local newly created community on the neighborhood. In large Parisian apartment blocks, community gardens are available to the residents of the complex who relax here, meet, and come to read a book. Community gardens in Copenhagen are a similar nature. Some of them are built old buildings, a part of the development on inter-country yards in this case, and are inhabited by immigrants, so the community gardens do not only have a maintenance function, but also provide infrastructure for the leisure time and integration. In simplicity, expanded form, community garden can be found in the neighborhood outside the city center. Some include pens and pens, which increase the educational value and the initiative. There is often the education facility of playground next door. Community gardens are also part of this hospital. Open space development, they are a used element of therapy for the patient staying there. Cultivated plants can be grown in the new apartment complex in the case of the common element of this space, and greenhouses, which to some extent also have a maintenance function, but to a large extent help residents' organization their leisure time and contribute to integration between neighborhoods. The Verbier apartments complex was built in the victim of the former vegetables markets, the remains of which are still visible in the space today. Today, the area is used as a local park and recreation space. In Oslo, community gardens are appearing in a small form of this Copenhagen. Here you can see an example of small mansion-type garden in old apartment complex. Garden in a large form, urban farms are being developed in new apartment complex local periphery. One example is from Blue. They may also take a similar form to this Boston, especially in space formerly occupied by automated gardens, the individual plots from the well-establishment accessible to outsiders. In Poland, one of the first community gardens in Warsaw successfully opened to this day, and is the garden on the Służewce Culture Center. The garden is open to everyone, people willing to work and enjoy in the coming to meeting on Saturday days of the week. The garden is located in a small fenced area that consists of 2 rows of the raised beds. Each will be different vegetables and fruits. The garden is equipped with clay, ground oven and compostier and rainwater tank. The gardening community is made up the regular gardening lead to the garden initiative. Another example, the Fort Bema Community Garden was establishment on the site of the all-abandoned fruit orchard. This garden is one of the largest places of this type in Warsaw. It covers an area about 2,500 square meters, but has not yet been developed. The garden is not fenced and constantly open to everyone. The space is filled with the orchards, with the apple trees and permaculture vegetables, garden, berry plants, herbal plants, apiary, compostier, flower beds, and recreation area. The garden is located by a community of gardens, permanent voluntary characters, regular garden visitors, and adventurous gardeners. One of the last initiatives of the Puszczyk Garden located is in New Netmils, an unused area around playgrounds of the primary school. The garden is still at the early stage of the development. And some conclusion. In Warsaw, gardens are more often created as top-down initiative than bottom-up. They are organized near community centers and schools. They are not the same form of the development of space as the able examples. Community gardens can be used as part of the urban revitalization. They may include nature-based solution tools, increasing the city residents to climate change. They provide a place for the integration of the local community education and are a good tool for the motivating change in our immediate environment. They are a form of organization space in the socially just way and do not contribute to gentrification. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you for being in time. It was well managed. I would like to raise a question. You showed us examples from different cities, and for sure they are not allocated in the same or similar urban structures. I can imagine that there are a lot of differences. So can you tell us a little bit about the driving forces? Do you think that there is some common conclusion which conditions or which actors or stakeholders are necessary to implement urban gardening?
Yes, it's for example, in the first, I say we have different ways for creating this type of areas, bottom up, and when a city organizes some areas, give the money and find the leader, because the most important person to create this type of area is the leader. If you haven't the leader, that we know that it's not possible to create another some events, for example. The program of this garden is very important. In what I observed in New York, all gardens have some events program. It's very important because it's the place when community meets, the organizer of, for example, wedding, birthday party, yoga, theater, spectacle, reading the book. It's you see, it's not the place. It's something. It's the local center. That it's important if we have some create this type of area. We must thinking that we create not the space, not greenery space. I'm landscape architecture that I see that we create the greenery space, some beautiful project. But if you have made a community garden, you must think that you create the community center. Yes. And this place will be for some community, and you must integrate this community and make for him some program. Yes, it's for my opinion, plants, vegetables, flowers is not important. Important is the leader and the community which organizes this place.
This is a very important evidence you told us. And this is the same also for the European cases. So, for instance, in Warsaw or in Oslo or in Copenhagen, I can imagine that Copenhagen is much more self-reliant and following a bottom-up approach. But or in Vienna, we know that the city is always participating or giving the impulses. Yeah. So, but do you think it's only this way to have, you call it leader, to have a responsible actor who becomes a stakeholder of the social process?
Actually, I'm very interested in revitalization some place. And I think it's a good tool to revitalization city. And when we have some degraded area, it's simply to create a community garden, and it's in this time it's we need authority, city authorities, some cities authorities, yes? And the city give the money, they organize the garden, and we have some participation process to make some community and make the revitalization some the space. That I think it's a very good tool for many activities in city. That it's not some standards, because I show you that we have a lot of time of community gardens, and we use for a lot of action in the city.
Yeah. Okay. So this means local budgeting will become more important in order to implement such places which are socially constructed finally, because it needs the activities and the participation of local residents, dwellers, etc. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Other comments? No, there are no other comments. So hopefully everyone was interested and could learn a little bit from this different but very interesting contributions in this session. Yeah, I do not want to take more time of your lunchtime, and that's the reason why I would like to say goodbye and have a good lunchtime.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the G2 section of the CERS conference. This section on demography, migration, and social inequalities will have 3 presentations, and it is my honor to moderate this session today. I welcome you all of you to this event, and without further ado, I suggest to kick it with the presentation. As a rule of thumb, I suggest a maximum of 15 minutes per presentation, and at the end we will have a Q&A session for all the presentation. So a maximum of 45 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll have up to 20-30 minutes the most for the question and answers from the presenters. I will start this list of presentation with work which was done with an international team. I was helped for this material by Gabriela Carmen Pascariu and Alexandra Georgiou from Alexandria Cuza University, as myself, and Miara Krista from Heriot-Watt University of UK. Our study tried to find a special expression for the evolution of job insecurity during the first pandemic wave. And the job insecurity in itself, it's a subject that was unfortunately less present in the regional science studies during the 2008-2012 crisis, and it slowly starts to make its presence in the economy, geography, and regional science given the pandemic context. In fact, the job insecurity is defined as a perceived powerlessness to maintain desired continuity in a threatened job situation. And in fact, there are two components of job insecurity. There is the quantitative job insecurity, which means the fear of losing the job as a whole, and the qualitative job insecurity, which means the fear of losing specific features of the job, career prospects, bonuses, and so on. And the term in itself has a very documented history, impact, evolution, determinants, factors in social psychology, in sociology, and in job market studies. The job insecurity is at the crossroads between subjective experience and national policies, because it goes beyond the idea of low-paid jobs or lack of jobs. They are connected, but it's not only that. It is a stressful experience. It is associated with distress, negative feelings, and recent studies show its impact on personal health as well. While it's mainly key psychosocial risk factor with a lot of medium and long-term negative effects, the job insecurity started to be present in media and in stakeholders' discourse during the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, more and more papers, news, and scientific articles showed an increase of job insecurity all over the world. Therefore, we thought it will be useful and it will be extremely helpful for the policymakers to have image of job insecurity during this extremely powerful shock that was felt in the world at the beginning of 2020. So, first of all, we should keep in mind that the job insecurity is related with age. So the younger persons or the older persons, so the employees which are at the beginning of their career or are close to retirement tend to have a higher perceived job insecurity than the middle career persons. Regarding the gender differences, it depends a lot on the context. Some studies showed higher job insecurity for women when there is an economic, social, or unforeseen shock. Other studies show a higher job insecurity for men, especially when they are the only revenue provider for the family. Last, there is an important impact of the level of education on job insecurity, as the people with higher education tend to have a lower job insecurity. Besides that, there is a plethora of factors affecting job insecurity, such as regional economic conditions, welfare state institutions, governance resilience, national legislation, the level of unemployment, the existence of social assistance, and so on. So we asked ourselves the question, given this list of factors, what is the role for spatial factors in explaining job insecurity? Therefore, we try to provide a spatial-oriented approach towards job insecurity, and we try to provide a method that go beyond the psychological factors, beyond the regional dimension, and to provide at the end more comprehensive vision on job insecurity. Especially given the fact that in previous studies, the spatial differentiation between job insecurity were less, took less of the focus of the paper. So we use data from the Psychorona study, which is one of the biggest and largest study applied during the pandemic. Was applied in over 100 countries, over 60,000 participants. However, for this particular presentation, we have data from 8 European countries, 7 from the EU and the UK. We looked at countries with a representative sample. So we took Germany, Spain, France, United Kingdom, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, and Romania. And we assessed the job insecurity on a 5-point scale. The question, chances are I will soon lose my job. -2, strongly disagree. 2, strongly agree. It is the scale which is used in most of the studies on job insecurity, and was defined by Van der Elst in 2014. We took 8 measurements. It was a wave study from March to July 2020. So at national level, as you can see, most important finding is that at the beginning of the pandemic, of the lockdown restriction in mid-March, most of the country from our sample had a relatively higher job insecurity, close to 0. So we are going to think in a +2, -2 system. The lower the job insecurity is, the better it is for the individual. However, as the pandemic advanced from March until July, some countries as Germany, France, Netherlands recorded a high decrease in job insecurity, while other countries such as Spain, UK, Italy, and Romania had a moderate, however visible, decrease in job insecurity. The only country that did not show any decrease in job insecurity is Greece, which kept the same level of almost the same level of job insecurity. We thought that this is based on the fact that Greece still has memories of the previous shock, the economic crisis that took a much longer period to recover from it. Therefore, the job insecurity tended to be constantly high during the first pandemic shock compared with other countries. At a regional level, we split it into 4 different periods. For example, this is the baseline. When in March 17, 2020, when we applied the first wave, this was the map of the job insecurity in the 8 countries at a regional level. We try to have a close zoom, a regional zoom, and this is the data at regional level. As you can see, there is a difference between Germany, France, Netherlands, and the southern parts of UK, and the more peripheral countries such as Romania, Greece, Italy, and Spain. there were constant changes in the values of job insecurity. The green show minor or major improvement regarding job insecurity, while the red and the orange show minor or major deterioration of job insecurity. At the end of the period, we can observe that minor and major deterioration in job insecurity are recorded, especially in peripheral regions. Greece, southern Italy, Spain, south of France, and so on. However, when we look at the differences between gender, we observe clear differences between the countries. So here we try to see the difference between job insecurity for men and job insecurity for women. Just to give you a scale of interpretation, if the line is above 0, the country recorded for that particular wave a higher job insecurity for women. If the line is below 0, that country recorded a higher job insecurity for men. As you can see, with minor differences in the first weeks, the overall job insecurity for women was constantly higher in most of the countries. Some countries, as Netherlands or Greece, kept similar values of job insecurity between men and women, while other countries, as Spain and Romania, recorded very high differences. Especially in Romania and Spain, the job insecurity reported by women was significantly higher than the job insecurity reported by men. In terms of job insecurity by age, there are different cases. For example, a country like Netherlands reported similar job insecurity for all age classes. In blue, there are the age classes for younger participants. In yellow, the age classes for the middle career participants, and then green, the age class for the older participants. This is the case where no matter what was the age of the participants, they had very similar values in job insecurity. So the shock was felt almost equally by everybody. In other countries, such as Spain or Romania, in more peripheral countries, there is a clear difference between those classes. Especially in Spain, the younger participants had a higher job insecurity than the middle career and older participants. Overall, there is a higher job insecurity for youngsters across the Mediterranean countries such as Italy, Spain, or Greece, while in countries such as UK, or partially France, and for some waves Germany, we can observe a relatively higher job insecurity for middle career individuals, where the pressure on jobs is much higher. Regarding the differences between genders, we try to split by gender and by region, performant and less performant. Overall, we observe that in countries such as Germany, Netherlands, France, there is higher job insecurity for the leading regions for almost both genders, while in countries such as Italy, Romania, Spain, there is a higher job insecurity for lagging regions, for peripheral regions. There is also split by gender in Great Britain and Greece, which are still investigating why in some countries there is a clear differences between genders according to the economic prowess of the region. Regarding the level of education for almost all countries, the higher education here in green, master degree or PhD degree, recorded lower job insecurity. So the same situation with a smaller amplitudes in the Netherlands, for example, or even Spain, and higher amplitude in Greece and Italy. Finally, given that I'm in my last minute of my presentation, I would like just to give the 4 main conclusions of the study. First, there is a certain core periphery pattern in Europe regarding job insecurity. Secondly, the higher the overall job insecurity is perceived in a country, the higher the amplitudes between the age, gender, and education classes tend to be. Third, education tend to be a better predictor for job insecurity than the age, while the variation between leading and lagging regions across Europe give one more time the signal for adapted, tailored strategy regarding job creation and job security, because the model of one size fits all is no longer valid. We also put a couple of solution and recommendation, mostly based on the use of a bottom-up feedback for the job insecurity and specific interventions for less resilient regions where the job insecurity tend to be amplified. And finally, with the help of nationally supported research, this could be investigated even further. Thank you all for your patience, and you have the QR codes towards the pages of all 4 presenters, and I would like to thank every one of them for helping me in obtaining the results and making a presentation and having the fruitful discussion. We have already this study under evaluation at a journal, and I will be more than happy once it is published to share it with you all. Thank you all. I would like them to give presenting rights to the next presenter, which according to my list is Judith Berkesh. Judith, are you present?
Thank you so much, Bogdan. Welcome, everybody. My name is Judith Berkesh, and I work at the Center for Economic and Regional Studies in Pécs, and also I represent the Széchenyi István University in Győr, and I should apologize because maybe I cannot stay until the session, until the end of the session, because I have some course in the university. So, but maybe we will see. So our theme is the location of the social elite in urban areas of Hungarian regional centers, and later I try to explain how can I determine the words of elite. So in the 1990s, patterns of socio-spatial differentiation became more visible in the urban areas of Central and Eastern Europe due to the collapse of centralized management and structural economic changes caused by the transformation and globalization processes. This transformation to a market economy impacted urban regions, so influencing migration between the city center and their areas. Mobility has a socially selective effect. The metropolitan society is becoming increasingly diversified due to the urban sprawl and urbanization processes. And there are different paces for living, school, workspace, and social interactions and consumptions, for example. And I want to share some important details about Hungarian city network. Maybe you know some of them. For example, the national capital Budapest, and we have 23 cities with county rights, 18 county seats, 8 major cities, and 5 regional centers. And only the Hungarian regional centers are focused in our research. These centers are the second largest cities after the national capital, and important to highlight that last census has been in 2011. The next is in progress nowadays, and I mentioned that because the data used for the research were taken from the census database. And the next, let's see how the population of regional centers has been changed. The population of cities grew significantly between 1869 and 1910. It can be interpreted as an urban explosion. Under the dualist monarchy, the population grew relatively evenly. This balance was upset by the First World War. The regional centers took unique path. As you can see here, for example, Miskolc lost a significant proportion of its population, which can also be observed to a lesser extent in the case of Pécs. And before the methods for measuring highly qualified strata, we should talk about the question of territorial delimitation, because it had to be decided. Here you can see the question catchment area or agglomeration, and you can see what characterizes the agglomeration and the catchment area. For example, regarding the criterion of growing population, since 2010, in more than 300 of the 480 settlements, the migration differences has been negative, while in almost 50 settlements, it has been over 15 per thousand. Additionally, we can notice a boom in housing construction, whereas almost 200 settlements didn't build any new houses between 2011 and 2016. So the catchment area has been chosen. Here you can see the 5 regional centers and their catchment area. We use a combined approach to do this delimitation. First value was the proportion of commuters to the central counting for all commuters. Set a limit value of 10%, and the second value was the proportion of commuters to the central counting for the total number of employees. Set a limit value of 30%. If the settlement meets one of the conditions, it included in our research. As you can see, the largest catchment areas that can be established are not always territorial continuous. So we should take some corrections, for example, here in the northwest Miskolc or in your catchment area. And here you can see the selection of variables. All of this research was conducted along three functions: labor market, human resources, and economic and social. About the society. Only results of the social function are included in this presentation, but the methodology was the same in these three topic function. There is, here you can see the following 6 steps about methodology. First, we should normalize these values. After that, use principal component weights and adding weighted values along the dimensions. There is one dimension here, the quality dimension, which presents the highly qualified social strata. It may be called elite. So, and what about the results? Here you can see, for example, during 1980, there was a settlement with highly qualified population. As you can see, the darker color shows the high complex indicator, and the yellow is always the center. And by 2011 began to concentrate in direct agglomeration of the center. And here you can find results of page. The highly skilled population was slowly emptied from this region, and the suburbanization is somewhat visible maybe in this area. And I think the best example is Miskolc. Toward the migration of highly qualified social strata toward the center can be also seen in the Miskolc catchment area. High scores also measured in 2011 in certain island-like settlements. Here you can see. And the most stagnant and weakest indicators and showing the biggest differences among the 5 regional centers with Miskolc. The settlement ring forming its immediate neighborhood showed a high, lasting and positive balance of migration. And the third big part of results is here. Here you can see the changes in the social structure, which based on the absolute differences between 2011 and 1980 complex indicator, and the color shows the high index, and here you can see the changes, the positive changes and the negative changes. Europe has the most extensive area with a highly qualified strata, maybe highly qualified strata leaving the center, characterize these settlement. I think, in our opinion, a major role for the good road network. And the page here you can see with purple color page. The page, the structure of society shows a significant improvement, mainly in the very narrow agglomeration, suburbation of this center. Page elite live in the very neighborhood of the center. And this is the best example, I think, Miskolc, for the ring of elite. As you can see here, the narrowest agglomeration cycling around the center of an elite suburban zone. So I want to give some conclusion about this research. It can be stated that intellectual strata around the center are concentrated in a narrow suburban ring within the catchment area. All 5 regional centers shows unique features, and in 1980, the good position and role of the small centers in this area was clear, and nowadays it disappeared. Important difference between the urban regions is whether or not the area attracts highly skilled labor from outside the region. And here you can read an example for a movement of society near in or out in Europe. And the last one, I want to highlight one of the results. So the urbanization phases seem to be coincide with each other. And thank you for your attention. And if you have some question, don't hesitate to ask me after the presentation or maybe in email. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bogdan.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you for respecting the time limit as well. It is extremely helpful. I have a couple of questions, but I will keep this question and I will kindly ask other present attendees at the special session to wait for the Q&A session, which will happen in approximately 15 minutes, since we have one more presentation to go. Cynthia, are you present?
So hello everyone. First of all, greetings from Riga. I am very pleased to be presenting here. Thank you for the opportunity. As you already heard, my name is Cynthia. That was perfect pronunciation. And I'm a second-year PhD student of human geography at the University of Latvia. And I'm also working for the state research program, which also supported this work, which is on divergent population dynamics, the case of the inner city of Riga. Here on the right side, you see a tiny map of Riga, which represents all 58 neighborhoods of Riga. And the area I'm interested in is the one that's circled. It consists of 8 full-size neighborhoods and also smaller parts of 3 other neighborhoods. And this is also known as the historical center of the city. This research was purely quantitative and based on a data set from the annual surveys conducted by the Central Statistical Bureau of Latvia. This data covers the last decade, all the 58 neighborhoods, and also 7 surrounding municipalities of Riga, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later. So population dynamics is what is transforming urban areas all across Europe, and the interaction between such processes as population growth, changing age structures, and residential mobility have profound economic and social implications, which is why it's very interesting and useful topic of research. But before jumping to my research to Riga, I would like to share some insights on post-socialist cities from my literature review. First of all, there is it's a widespread fact that the urban cores of the post-socialist cities are growing and stabilizing. There are various evident characteristics of revitalization, changing population composition, and so on. But one thing that's unique to post-socialist cities is that the gentrification concepts used in places like the UK or the USA are not always applicable because the local context is different. The historical context is different, so these are often called gentrification-like processes that are going on in this area. Few words about our closest neighbors. So Estonia, in previous research, there has been found decrease in population age in the inner city, as well as ongoing social upgrading. And similarly, in our southern neighbor Lithuania, in Vilnius, there have been various waves of gentrification, which is one of the ways it has been manifested is as more and more young professionals preferring to live in areas that previously were of the very lowest social status. Jumping to my research now, the aim of it is to identify and analyze demographic changes in the inner city of Riga in order to gain an insight into these changes. And another part I'm interested in is the interaction of these demographic changes and processes, if any, between the inner city and the suburbs. So here you see two maps. I will start by explaining the maps quickly. So in the very middle, you see the small circle, which is the area I'm interested in. I already explained before. There's, I'm sorry, this is not the updated version, but so around, near the periphery, the big areas are the 7 surrounding municipalities, and then everything in between the small circle and the municipalities is the rest of the city. About the color coding, area is green if the population growth rate is positive and above 1%. It's in red if it's negative and below -1%. And if the population change is somewhat moderate, then the area is in yellow, and it means that the population in these 5-year periods have changed in between -1 and +1%. What I would like to emphasize with these maps is the map you see on the right, which looks quite green in terms of the population change. Specifically, the inner city, we have more and more inner city neighborhoods that have growing population. And if we talk about numbers, the growth in the last 5 years was between 2 and 5%. But we also see a very green situation in the surrounding municipalities. And here I would like to mention that the growth numbers there are about 3 times or even more higher than in the city center. So while there is obvious urbanization going on in the inner city, there is also still soaring numbers of suburbanization. Here is another slide I would like to talk about. Unfortunately, the data about Riga here is city level, so it's not that useful for analysis of the inner city area. However, my next step in this research is to acquire the more detailed data so I could do a more in-depth analysis. However, this is still quite a useful insight to see how the migration is between the city and the surrounding municipalities. So on the left, there is a data table for the past decade of people coming from surrounding municipalities to Riga and people from Riga moving to the surrounding municipalities. On the right side, I also added another data table, which is just for the past year to maybe see some changing trends. And what we can see from this data for the past decade is that there has been about 1.8 times more people leaving the city for the surrounding municipalities than coming to the city. And this number is even more pronounced in the past year. It was 2 times higher if before it was 1.8. And the most surprising part is the average age. In the decade as a whole, it was around 40 years for both people coming to the city and going away from the city. Then in the past year, it was around 33 years old, which is significantly younger. And in some Western countries, like the Netherlands, there has been interesting research about people who are the inner city gentrifiers and who end up moving to the suburbs at later stages of their life. So this could be something that is going on here as well, and also it could be the influence of pandemic. But again, this is something for the future research because I would have to take a look at the more detailed data and the age structures that's behind this average age number. A few more slides. This is also about the average population age. Finally, some data on the inner city again. Here you can see a clear trend of the average age going down in the last decade. If in 2011 it used to be 40, then this year it's 38 years old. And quite a different situation in the surrounding municipalities, which are, so to say, growing a little bit older in the past decade. And yes, it's just a very interesting contrast of how the population is changing in the city and around the city. Another age structure graph, which is about the share of different age groups living in the inner city. So on the left, it's for the 25 to 44-year-olds, which is around the age of millennials. And here you can see that in all the neighborhoods of the inner city, the share is higher than the average in the city as a whole. And similarly, the 15 to 24-year-olds, it's not so pronounced, but it's still in most neighborhoods higher than in the city as a whole. Unfortunately, in these graphs, you do not see the dynamics, but I can tell you that in the past decade, the share in the inner city has been growing. So it's also possibly a sign of gentrification and even studentification of the inner city. And the last slide before conclusions is this one, where I just very briefly wanted to show the change of nationalities, of population by nationality living in the inner city, and just to bring your attention to the group of other, which is all the other nationalities besides the ones mentioned below. It's that this group has almost doubled in the last 10 years, which is also quite a clear sign of reurbanization and gentrification that has been found in many studies across Europe. And in summary, I just would like to say that so far, what was found is a presence of urbanizing city core and a substantial rise in number of people choosing to live specifically in the inner city of Riga. And additionally, we see that not only reurbanization trends are obvious, but there is still a very rapid ongoing suburban growth, which has some definite interaction with the processes going on in the inner city, but that still needs a lot more investigation to have more insight on that. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. And congrats for the results and good luck. So the inner city became more attractive. We can say that the inner city part of the larger agglomeration is now a more attractive part than in the past. So my question is, this attractiveness is based on the more international connection, a more developed economic developed status, given that the share of other nationalities increased as well, as you suggested, or is this based on a more local factor? I don't know, measures taken by the city council, measures taken in the past decade, for example?
I would say that it's more the international influence not so much local measures, and it's mostly changing attitudes of people. There was one really interesting research done in Riga, specifically looking behind these motivations why people want to live in the city center, and very often it was such things as the attractiveness of architecture or the nicer apartments, which are not the typical one-style apartments that are in the areas surrounding the inner city. Also, the social life in the inner city, the closeness of all the entertainment activities. So it's yes, I think the main motivation, based on the previous research behind it, is the changing attitudes of people. So changing residential preferences.
And this could also be the explanation for what you called the rapid ongoing suburban growth in the neighborhood in municipalities close to Riga. This attractiveness is spreading to other localities around Riga.
I would not say it's so much the attractiveness. I think the very high numbers of suburbanization are mostly due to the fact that the suburbanization process hasn't started that long ago. Because, well, you know, as in post-socialist countries, it's just haven't had that much of time for suburbanization. And I think that's the main reason it's still so high. But there I mean, I don't have that much insight into the motivations behind it, so I can't give a very competent answer. But yes, I think it will last. The soaring numbers will last for, I don't know, a few more decades maybe, and then probably it will even out a bit.
Okay, it happens for you to know the evolution during the same period of the housing prices, real estate market, how it evolved. Usually in most European cities, this evolution determines the socio-demographic characteristics. For example, the age of the person living there, because in a neighborhood with higher prices for houses, usually the inhabitants tend to be older than in other neighborhoods. Do you have knowledge of how the housing prices evolved and during the past decades?
Unfortunately, I don't have data on that, but they have been growing. But I can't tell for how much, by how much. But this is one thing that really surprised me with the migration data, which showed that people moving to the suburbs during the past year were around 33 years old, which seemed really young to be able to afford housing, because mostly these people moving to these municipalities want to live in private houses, and that's a lot more expensive, of course. So it's really something I would love to look more into, but yes, I don't have any definite answers for that at the moment.
Okay. And thank you very much. I think this type of study should be replicated in other European cities as well, and to have an European-wide diagnosis of how they are evolving, how they are changing from a social demographical point of view. Thank you. If among attendees there are other questions for Cynthia or for myself, please write them in the chat. I will do my best to pass it to the person, to the presenter in cause. It's unfortunate that Judith is no longer present in the room, as the presentation had really strong points on the evolution of urban areas, of regional development, urban areas, especially in relation with the transportation system. And I would like to take this line of research even further. If there are not other questions, and for me, for now, there are not other questions present. I think I have the chat updated. If no other questions are for Cindy or myself, I would like to thank all of you for being present at this special session. Don't forget that after half an hour break, we will have the final sessions of the conference starting at 15 past 2 o'clock Central European time. And I'm waiting for all of you to the final sessions and for the closing ceremony. Thank you all, and see you in half an hour. Have a great day.
I think it's time to say good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all participants of our session on rural regions and their development. My name is Barbara Maćkiewicz, and I'm from the CERS Organizing Faculty of Human Geography and Planning, Poznań, Poland, Adam Mickiewicz University. I'm sure that we all familiar with the content of our session, the topic to be presented, but let's have a quick overview and how the session will be organized. So we start with post-COVID rural exodus in Ireland, then we go to smart villages in Poland, and we finish with social enterprises in rural Hungary. Each topic has about 12 minutes. And after 10 minutes, I will tell you, okay, your time is up. You have only 2 minutes to come to an end. So be aware of that. And after each presentation directly, we'll have like 6 to 7 minutes of discussion, comments, and then we go to another presentation. If we still have time at the end of our session, some comments, discussion is also possible, but that's more or less how I see it. So to save our time, please ask questions directly in the chat. It's easier for us to organize that way. So without more ado, let's begin with our first topic. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce Barry Hennebrey from Technological University, Cork, Ireland, and Marina Navikova from Leibniz Institute of Ecological, Urban and Rural Development, Dresden, Germany. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So yeah, this is kind of an early stage of a research paper that myself and Marina are working on, looking at this concept of urban exodus, which we heard a lot about during COVID. And looking at house prices across Ireland to see if there's any evidence of this urban exodus. So I suppose during COVID, a lot of things happened, but most important, like for our study, importantly, the concept of rural living became much more attainable and attractive. So a lot of the things that would have attracted people to urban living, shops or cultural outings that were potential, all closed down during lockdown. So urban living became a lot less desirable. And also because working arrangements became much more flexible, we were able to work from home. Remote working became a lot more possible and kind of acceptable, which meant there was great potential for people to move from rural areas to urban areas. Now, it brings up kind of an interesting, even pre-COVID, there was a lot of discussion about these kind of contradictory views of the rural. Some people would view rural as kind of idyllic, beautiful places, scenery, and ideal places to raise families, but then other people would look at rural as kind of being portrayed as areas in decline. Rural areas are seen as sort of backwards economically and even politically. So this really kind of changed a lot of the discussion around what is rural areas. So although there's kind of many factors that are contributing to people wanting to move from urban to rural, or there's a lot of factors contributing to this counter-urban lifestyle mobilities. For us, what we're interested in is looking at house prices across Ireland to see if we can better understand this urban exodus, and was there really an urban exodus during COVID? So house prices give a very good indication of the demand for rural living, or where people want to live. If house prices are increasing in rural areas, we assume people want to live in rural areas. If they're decreasing, it means people are probably leaving. So the question is open whether this urban exodus exists, and whether it's going to be a long-term trend, or was it just kind of a short-term phenomenon during COVID. And then hopefully towards the end of the presentation, we'll talk about some policy suggestions and further research that could be done from this. So even though it's still very early days, there has been a lot of discourse around this idea of urban exodus caused by COVID. So some of the interesting concepts that we kind of started with and we're looking at from the literature. So the pandemic has the potential to result in much longer term trend. So even though as we've moved out of all the lockdowns and restrictions have been lifted, there is a potential that this transfer of population or this redistribution could continue into the future, where people want to live outside of urban areas in more rural, less densely populated. So we could potentially see this more even distribution of the population, or this reverse of the trend which we've been seeing for the past few decades, where people are moving from rural to urban. There could be a change in how urban areas are viewed as well. So as urban areas become less reliant on office hubs and on shopping centers, as people are working remotely and as people do shopping online, it's potential that the role of urban areas, or how we view cities, could change, and they could increasingly become kind of more cultural and civic gathering places. There's also very interesting questions arising about concepts about justice and injustice, who has the right to live in rural areas. So a lot of the people who are able during the pandemic to move from urban and rural, and even into the future, those people who can move are generally people who have access to finance and who are working in jobs that allow them to work remotely. The people who won't be are people who generally work in service industry or work in, restaurants, hotels, and generally people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. So there can become this kind of concept of the right to the rural, who has a right to move and live in rural areas, and if it becomes this kind of prestigious thing to live in rural areas. And there also needs to be this recognition that even prior to COVID, there was a lot of literature and study around the lack of public services in rural areas. So public services in rural areas tend not to be of the same quality as urban areas. And with an increasing population, these services are going to be spread even thinner. So people who are reliant on those services are going to be negatively impacted by the shifting population. So for our study, when we're looking at our methodology and data, so first we want to show some data relating to house price to income ratio. So looking from 2015, 2019, and 2021, and this is just to give a kind of overview of the housing market in Ireland and how the housing market has been changing since kind of the recovery from the financial crisis. So after financial crisis of 08, the housing market collapsed. Since about 2015, it's been recovering very steadily, but I want to just show some quick data to give you an understanding of what the housing market in Ireland is like. And then what we're interested in is looking at this concept of kind of excess demand during COVID. So it's looking at the difference between the actual price of houses in 2021 compared to the forecasted price as a percentage of the actual price. So from that, we'll get an understanding if demand was higher than it should have been without COVID, or if demand was lower than what it should have been due to COVID. So first, just to give an overview of the housing market since about 2015. So this is the ratio of house prices to income at a county level. So we have 26 counties in Ireland, not including Northern Ireland. Now, so the first map is using house prices of 2015, then 2019, then 2021. And we, in Ireland, we have 5 cities. These are cities categorized by the Irish government, but maybe by international standards, they're not all cities. So for instance, Waterford is the smallest. It has a population of about 50 or 60,000. So it's a very small city, or even a large town, probably by European standards. Dublin is our main city. It's the capital city, and it has a population of just over 1 million. Cork is the second city, population about 250,000. So we are very much a core periphery style economy and very reliant on the Dublin economy. And what you see since 2015 was that kind of growing influence of Dublin and house prices in Dublin and the 5 cities, but mostly Dublin, increasing. And you can see the effect that Dublin is having on also the surrounding counties nearby. So to live in Dublin, or areas near Dublin, is the most expensive, are the other cities. But then, so this is why this concept of urban exodus is very interesting from an Irish perspective, because it gives that potential for people to actually be able to afford houses if they are able to work from more rural or remote places. So during COVID, what we saw was house prices increase. So this is the house prices for the overall countries since 2015 to 2021. Now, using just a simple kind of linear forecasting model, we would have expected house prices to continue to increase at the same pace. And we saw, okay, house prices increased, but not at the same pace that they were increasing since 2015. So it looks like there was a fall in demand for houses in Ireland, the average price falling, but that wasn't the same throughout the whole country. So what we see is for that data, when we look at it for the 26 counties, some of them actually had excess demand. So house prices were much higher, even 10% higher than we would have expected if COVID didn't happen. Other counties, the house prices were a lot
Harry, 2
lower.
minutes.
Oh, okay. So I suppose the important thing here is it's the 5 cities, Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Waterford and Galway all saw less demand than we would have expected. To show that geographically, you'll see the places where demand increased more than we would have expected are these peripheral, more rural regions, and it's the cities that saw this fall in demand. So quickly discuss the results. So although counties with cities all experienced negative changes in housing during COVID, so this strongly suggests that people were leaving these cities. So even though house prices in Dublin and other cities rose during COVID, they didn't rise as much as we would have expected if COVID didn't happen. So this means that house prices increased in rural areas more than we would have expected. So it does suggest that the demand for rural living is increasing and the demand for urban living decreased. Now, comparing this to the literature that we reviewed, it is very similar. So although there was this shift, exodus is a very strong term, and it's probably too strong a term to use. The term urban exodus was used a lot in the media, and it's probably media hyperbole, but there is that option, there is that shift, there is definitely a shift in the trend. Now, it remains kind of an open question whether that's a short-term phenomenon or it's going to be a part of a longer term trend where people want to live in rural areas more. So some quick policy recommendations. So this should be seen as an opportunity to support rural areas, not just during COVID, but more long term. So how could the government potentially do this? Would be promoting remote working infrastructure, broadband and connected hubs. Establishing those working hubs can have positive spillover effects for the local rural economy. Also investing more in transport, especially public transport between rural and urban. So people who move from urban to rural areas don't feel so isolated in the rural areas. There are still strong links between urban and rural. Improving the remote work legislation. So at the moment, there is no remote work legislation in Ireland. The government drafted some policy last year, but it was heavily criticised for giving too much power to employers to refuse the right. So yeah.
I think that we can discuss it during our questions and comments. Thank you very for your insightful presentation, and Marina as well. So Marina, what do you think? Is this exodus really a chance for rural areas? And is it an opportunity to benefit for rural Ireland? Really people who have this background, rural background? Or is the second home green paradise for rich people from Dublin? And how to transform this situation into benefits for rural Irish people?
Yeah, it's a good point. I think it could go either way. It could be very beneficial for rural communities because we see historically a lot of people leaving rural areas for urban. This could potentially provide great opportunities for jobs within rural areas, so potential for people to stay. But as you said, it can also be quite detrimental. Public services that rural communities are very reliant on could be spread thinner. There can be that issue with second home, or even commuters who might live in rural areas, but they leave for the majority of the time, or they're not really living in the community or not spending time in community areas. So a lot of it will depend on the policies the government tries to enact, whether there's stricter legislation around second homes, whether there's better opportunities for the remote work so people don't have to commute to urban areas every day or a few days a week. If they're able to work from rural areas, it'll be a lot more beneficial. So whether the government introduces those legislations, it's not sure. The Irish government tends to be pretty weak when it comes to legislation, so I wouldn't be too optimistic.
And what about pricing local people? Because I don't know if they have enough money to stay where they live. Is that the case or not really?
It could definitely be the case where, so house prices are increasing, as we saw in rural areas. People from rural backgrounds won't have the income to buy homes if they continue to increase. So what you will have is rural communities are more and more isolated or pushed out. I'm not sure how the government can tackle that, to be honest, other than trying to build more.
It seems that a lot depends on the government and how successful they are with the policies and their laws and everything. So it's definitely, it seems to be a great opportunity, but at the same time, threat to rural areas and people.
Yeah, I think it's a shame. I mean, the government, a lot of the approach is about connected hubs or allowing people to work remotely, but it just assumes that the only thing people want is to be able to work, whereas it's not really impacting the communities, whether it's, investment into cultural capital or social capital and things like this.
It's not that easy to make it work. So thank you, Barry. And let's moving on to our next topic. I would like to present my colleague, Brigida Clemens, from Department of Regional Policy and Labor Market, Faculty of Economics and Management, Opole Technology, University of Technology, Poland. So Brigida, nice to have you here. So your presentation is visible, Brigida, and
Brigitta, please open your microphone and camera by clicking two icons below our faces. The two first icons, there's a camera and microphone. Please click on it so you will be able to open your camera and microphone.
So hello and go ahead.
Hello.
After 10 minutes, I will tell you that you have 2 minutes till the end, okay?
Okay. Hello, my name is Brigitta Clemens and I'm from Opole University of Technology. Okay, so the smart village concept is relatively new in Poland and it is rooted in the smart city concept, which is researched and described in subject literature quite well and is being successfully implemented in city development policies. And due to its fresh nature, the smart village concept has not been fully conceptualized and researched. It is related to a broad spectrum of topics of the development of rural areas, including economic and social inequalities, access to public services, the population, the importance of human resources, new technologies. An important moment for development of the smart village concept in the European Union was the 2016 declaration A Better Life in Rural Areas. And in 2017, in EU Action for Smart Villages, the definition of smart villages appears. So villages that are local communities and regions that use digital technologies and innovations in their daily life, thereby enhancing its quality, improving the standard of public services, and making better use of local resources. European studies explore the topic mainly in the context of revitalizing local communities through improved public services and the use of new technologies. The COVID-19 pandemic has become one of the most serious social economic problems on micro scale, and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic particularly affected people living in areas which are traditionally associated with a lower quality of life and poorer access to public services. I mean here residents of rural and peripheral areas. And one way to improve this situation is to improve the accessibility and quality of public services. And access to internet and the ICT competences in rural areas is worse than in cities, and the period of COVID-19 pandemic has deepened the digital inequalities. And for example, seniors living in rural areas often have difficult access to even basic medical care. And the solution could be the focus on e-health, telemedicine, or video medicine, but the critical condition of using the services is the access to the internet and the ability to use appropriate equipment like computer, laptop, or smartphone. Rural areas in Poland are essentially viewed as less developed than cities. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has created a new view on their functioning, and the restrictions put it on city inhabitants, such as prohibition to leave apartments, inability to take a walk, crowded living space in which education and work was taking place simultaneously, were less visible in rural areas when you have your own garden and lower concentration of people. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased the interest of city dwellers in migrating to countryside permanently or to second homes. So the question is whether rural areas are prepared to use this development opportunity. I mean, the change of thinking about rural areas. So the idea was to check how local and regional leaders understand the smart idea, but especially the idea of a smart village. Yesterday, during one of the speeches, the speaker said that everyone now wants to be smart. So it is interesting to look at whether local and regional leaders also want to be smart. And development strategies are the most important documents. So if something is written in them, it means that it is important and local and regional leaders see the potential of the phenomenon. So the presented results are preliminary studies, and the next stage will be in-depth interviews with representatives of local governments. The aim of the study was to analyze the phenomenon of smart idea, especially the smart village idea, in the development strategies on regional level in Poland. We have 16 regions, and on local level in rural and urban rural municipalities in Opolskie Voivodeship. And why Opolskie Voivodeship? Because this is the smallest region in terms of surface area and population, and it was first voivodeship affected by extremely unfavorable demographic phenomena, including the population, high share of elderly people, etc. Many local governments are currently working or will start to work on a new local development strategies. And despite the fact that there is no obligation to have a local strategy in Poland, many local governments make some effort to have such document. So I put some research question. Do development leaders see the potential of the smart idea of the smart village concept? So the Opolskie Voivodeship is divided into 33 urban and rural municipalities and 35 rural municipalities. And the analysis was conducted between the 1st and 15th of November. So the conducted study demonstrated that all regional boards in Poland have adopted new regional development strategies with the perspective 2030 or 2030 plus. And the conducted study demonstrated that in all regional strategies, the idea smart was entered, but in very different contexts. Most often, the term smart appeared in the context of regional specializations, which is not surprising because regional specializations are the longest used term. In 11 strategies, it was decided to support the idea of smart city. And what is especially important for me, that in 6, the important role of the idea of smart village in the development of rural areas was indicated. So the concept of smart is very widely used. It can be referred to infrastructure, IT systems, transport systems, etc. But how it is on the local level? The conducted study demonstrated that 6 out of 71 municipalities have not prepared local development strategies at all. 10 local strategies have a perspective until 2020, but due to the fact that it was a pandemic time, it was decided that they will be taken into account during this analysis. And in case of 5 municipalities, their local development strategy was prepared over a dozen of years. So the oldest strategies were prepared in 1999 and were not updated. So generally we have 33 rural urban communes, but only 28 strategies was included into analysis. And we have 35 rural communes and also 28 strategies was included into analysis. In 12 strategies on the urban-rural communes, the smart expression appears, and in 15 in rural communes. So local development strategies in which there is any reference to the concept of smart have a perspective of at least 2014. And all of the most current strategies established in 2022 contain a reference to the concept of smart. So the term smart village did not appear in any local development strategy in Opolskie Voivodeship. However, in 5 of them, in rural communes, the concept of smart commune development was included. So it could be considered as equivalent concept or equivalent expression. So the importance of smart specialization and smart infrastructure is emphasized. It can therefore be said that the idea of smart is beginning to be appreciated at the local level. But does a commune need to have a smart word in a strategy in order to be smart? I think not. So therefore, each of the 56 analyzed strategies was checked in terms of some other factors. So according to literature research, a dozen of factors was listed in the literature, and 17 factors relevant with the smart village idea were selected for analysis. And none of the, here you have these factors like digital transformation, internet, digital competences, e-health, e-administration, renewable energy, smart energy systems, etc. So according to literature research, none of the strategies contained all of them, all of this information, but each of these factors had at least some of them. So many communes focus on the development of broadband internet, improvement of digital competences of residents, solutions in the field of e-administration, new technologies, renewable energy, knowledge transfer, education, including e-learning, but the fewest entries was related to the area of e-health. So the conclusions, on a global scale, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a huge challenge. However, not all effects of pandemic have been negative. Solutions that would not have been implemented so quickly and widely were implemented in a very short time, including telemedicine, remote work, remote learning, e-commerce, e-administration. So access to public services for rural areas residents was equated with access to centers, mainly urban centers, where the services were provided. However, the COVID-19 pandemic partially verified this approach, and nowadays it can be indicated that access to public services for rural residents is becoming more and more linked to internet access and the ability to use ICT tools. An opportunity for the development of rural areas may be creating a fashion for living in the countryside, where we have access to nature, our own space for remote work, a less crowded place. However, it is important to create conditions for this new lifestyle. Of course, preparing a convenient technical and social infrastructure, especially a broadband internet and a relatively dense network of health centers. The smart village concept is still in early stages of development. In 6 regional development strategies, the concept of smart village is included. In 5 local development strategies, the concept of smart commune development is included. But in all tested local strategies, there are some elements of smart village concept. Many local governments intuitively see the advantages of being smart, which manifests itself, among others, in the provisions of the strategy, e-administration, digitization, new technologies, smart solutions. So wide implementation of the smart village idea can be one of the measures preventing the population and attracting new residents. And answering to the research question, do development research see the potential of a smart idea? So more often on a regional level, but on local level, not so strict. But after checking the local development strategies in terms of some elements that make, the idea of smart village, it turns out that in many of the tested strategies, there are elements that we could call smart and that fit into this idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigida, for your in-depth study, and I will start to save some time. Do you think that, of course, technical tools, IT, everything, it's really needed in the rural areas, but it's not enough to make this population less, younger, rejuvenate, and to bring some practical solutions to rural areas and small villages in Poland. And Brigida, please tell us, what do you think, which is essential what would be essential and to help rural areas and rural people to change their situation, to make these places more vibrant? Now, as we saw, and this your presentations and Paris and Marina's, and I think that third presentation as well, they are connected somehow, because as you mentioned, that second homes, rural idols, but still what we are looking for are villages which are vibrant with young people, young entrepreneurs and successful enterprises.
Mhm.
What do you think is needed to support this idea of smart city, to make it, work in practice?
The first of all, it is the need to prepare better infrastructure, better IT infrastructure. If you want to attract young people, so they have to have the possibility to live in a new way. So using a new technological, use a new technological items. So they need to have a good internet connection. So this is the very important point for young people at rural areas. And I think that very important is also to put the information about the smart idea in strategic documents. That's why I tried to test this, because local strategies, because development strategies, that are the most important documents. And if there is something put it in this document, so it is implemented also in the social capital, in the intellectual capital as well. For example, I'm convinced that similarly to the idea of smart specialization, the smart village concept, it will also gradually infiltrate first to these documents and after that to the society. Maybe first to the mentality of the local leaders, after that to documents, local documents, strategic documents, and after that to the society. Yeah.
So thank you, I'm totally agree that strategic documents are really important, and good examples as well. Maybe some good practice, distillation of good practices, what's taking place as far as I know. But maybe also, what do you think about creation linkages between small towns and cities and rural areas? Because you have to have a client for your smart village, and you have to have money to live on. So that would be also important according to my
A very, very important part of the smart village idea, the smart village concept, is also, social capital. So you have right.
Thank you, Regina. And as we go to our final topic, let me present Kathleen Liptak from Faculty of Economics, University of Miskolc, Hungary. So go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I am very happy that I can make my presentation today afternoon. My topic is the role of social enterprises in rural development of Hungary, and now I am an associate professor from University of Miskolc. So first of all, you can see the short introduction about my topic, and the global problem of unemployment and the impact of COVID-19 epidemic on labor market are increasingly being addressed at regional and local level. The solidarity economy is also often seen as an alternative to capitalist development, a possible new model for development. The main pillars of the solidarity economy are social enterprises, which can provide solutions to the problems. The aim of my presentation to describe and analyze the functioning of some social enterprises in peripheral areas of Hungary. I describe the types of social enterprises based on the main activities and the legal form in Hungary. The disadvantages peripheral settlement in Hungary face a decline, poverty, and low income generating capacity. Enterprises that serve social objectives and pay great attention to social responsibility and the promotion of community interests can help to some extent. The methodology of paper is to interview social enterprises that provide assistance to local society in small village. Social enterprises are often the only economic actors providing employment alongside municipalities in smaller settlements. The enterprises have a very limited capacity to create jobs, and due to their non-profit character and limited income, cannot always pay wages, but they try to provide solutions to existing social problems. By exploring the difficulties faced by social enterprises, I aim to raise awareness of the importance of these enterprises for policy. You can see the comparison of the peculiarities of substantive economy and formal economy. In a small proportion of traditional societies found in a periphery, richness being embedded in the society, and also reciprocity are natural. Although to a smaller extent by substantive economies featuring the heritage of archaic societies still exists. In their case, satisfying needs in an objective of the economy, it is not an individual subsystem. Work is not a means to an end, it is rather a normal way of life. Producer is a consumer, and the community takes responsibility for the individual. What does it mean, the social economy? In the European Union's social policy, social economy appears primarily in the context of employment policy. Social economy has been defined as a sector that provides employment opportunities for those at risk of exclusion, and in the social sector helps to create new and independent businesses. In addition, the social enterprises employing disadvantaged employees, there may be community enterprises that emphasizes community cohesion and purpose, and cooperatives that market households surplus to strengthen self-sufficiency and improve the position of self-employed. The concept of the social enterprise is defined by CERS as a group of private enterprises organized in a formal framework, enjoying freedom of decision-making and voluntary membership. They are a set of private, formally organized enterprises with autonomy of decisions and freedom of membership, created to meet their members' needs through the market by pricing goods and providing services, insurance and finance, where decision-making and any distribution of profits or surplus among the members are not directly linked to the capital or fees contributed by each member, each of whom has one vote, or at all events are decided through democratic. The social economy also provides private, formally organized entities with autonomy of decisions and freedom of membership that produce non-market services for households and whose surpluses, if any, cannot be appropriated by the economic agents to create, control, or finance them. We can describe the new social economy as the market economy is situated between profit maximizing commercial firms and tax financing activities of the public sector. These organizations don't belong either to industrialized producer or consumer cooperatives or to other self-help economic operators. They operate at a local level and are democratic in structure. It is not yet precisely defined in law. However, this is otherwise of subordinate significance. The activities performed in a new social economy must fulfill three main functions: protective function, briding function, and business function. As with the concept of the social economy, there is no agreed definition for a social enterprise. It is important to bear in mind that social enterprises focus their activities on a wide range of social problems. including various social fields. In Hungary, the definitions listed below are the most widely accepted and used in everyday life. The social innovations are very important by the social enterprises. The social innovation provides a new and novel solution to existing social problems. Social enterprises perform a wide range of activities. These may be divided into two broad categories: labor market services and social services. Some social enterprises perform both activities simultaneously. Non-profit or social enterprise implementing workplace integration are presented throughout Europe. Those organizations are less dependent on public funding. Their main activity is focused on providing employment for disadvantaged people with an income comparable to the wages earned by the employees. Some of these organizations were specifically established to provide disadvantaged people with on-the-job training and labor market services to facilitate their integration into the world of unsubscribed work. The state plays a relatively small part in the life of those organizations. However, they are open to the market. They finance their activities through state aid, employment subsidies, and income from the complementary activities. The employment subsidy is available to any enterprise that employs disadvantaged employees. When measuring social impact, in addition to outputs, their effects also need to be taken into consideration. When measuring impact, the output may be, for example, the number of disadvantaged people in the labor market, which must be measured together with its effect. To obtain the genuine impact achieved. In the first step, attention should be paid to need to continuously measure and monitor the results and present them to the inventors and the management. The measurement method clearly shows that the impact of social enterprises primarily...
2 minutes, 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. So now I would like to present of Symbiosis Foundation. This is the best known social enterprises in North Hungarian region. This foundation was established in 1999 to provide social employment services to adults with disabled and families with children with disabilities. They support families raising children with disabilities and independent living aspirations of adults with disabilities. This is a very important foundation in Hungary. I made an interview with the head of this foundation, and he gave me a lot of information about their main activities and their results. Thanks to the activities, the Symbiosis Foundation is a significant platform for employing people with disabilities and people with reduced working capacity in the North Hungarian region, which makes them tax-generating citizens. The identified outputs have a number of measurable effects, such as reduction in the local unemployment, cost savings to society, improved quality of life for people with disabilities. And this foundation is a good example to its environment and also taken on role of helping other social enterprises with a similar approach. And you can see some characteristics of social enterprise which is successful. For example, clear mission and values, a democratic way of working, sensitivity of local needs, and this is very important. And only one conclusion, you can see some specific features in Hungary. The social enterprises in Hungary are organized around a few key people, and this is sometimes big disadvantages by the functioning. And thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. But as you mentioned, key people, key persons are the clue of successful social enterprise. And how to provide rural areas with these people. If they are present, everything goes okay, well. But if they are not, these areas are not, provided with this kind of enterprises. And any ideas of that, how to bring them to rural areas? How to encourage people with this kind of potential to live rural life?
Thank you so much for the question. I think it's a big challenge for rural people. Sometimes the most important, the innovator. So the people who make the social enterprises, he or she will be ahead of the community, for example, or rich people, they have some other enterprises. So I think the most important one or two person, and they can generate more and more activities, and they can help by social innovation and by social enterprises for the rural communities. And I think it's very important. And sometimes the process of social innovation is again very important, because in Hungary we have a lot of very small communities, very small settlements. And in these settlements live elderly people, and they need some help. And this is very important that the young generation have opportunity to help the elderly people. So I think the social innovation and social enterprises are very important by the rural areas.
Totally agree with you, but how to bring those people to the countryside, that's also still a question. And apart from social enterprises and social innovations, nowadays we talk also about digital social innovations, which still requires younger people, younger generations to develop its potential in the countryside.
Yes, I think it will be very important, for example, using digital technologies and digital equipments for elderly people. I think they can open for the world, and it will be very important.
Yeah, we agree on that. We're on the same page. So thank you very much, Kathleen. And now we have 5, 6, 7 minutes to final remarks, final comments. Marina, maybe you can join us and comment on your own. Please let Marina say something. I don't know. Can I ask you?
Hello.
Hello, Marina.
Can you hear me?
Nice to see you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It sort of lies very close to my heart, because Barry and I were both a part of the Horizon 2020 project that looked at social entrepreneurship and social innovation in rural Europe. And the point that I find really important is the sort of idea of the competition that you mentioned on one of the last slides, which is basically the competition between social enterprises and the local governments, where all we talk about is that there is not enough resources in rural areas, yet there is even that added extra level of competition where those initiatives have to a certain extent compete or are seen as the competition, which should be completely reframed from competing towards collaborating, instead of seeing each other as sort of trying to get that piece of resource, actually coming together and trying to use those resources in a more smart way, let's put it that way. So yeah, very valid point. I think there is a lot of potential in that particular gap.
Thank you so much. In Hungary, we have a very, I think, very important legal background. For example, some social enterprises, this is a rule that the member of local governments must be a part of the social enterprise. And this is the most important, because there is no competition, there is a cooperation. And I think it's very, very useful.
Thank you.
So I think it's really very important.
So it seems to be good to keep it that way. It's good direction. So thank you very much. Let me end with some maybe banal statement that nor market economy, as we see with houses, with housing prices in Ireland, nor smart ideas, and even nor social innovations or social enterprises alone are able to change rural life conditions, rural demography. I think that everything should be put together, and to to make a real change. So I hope we all agree on that. So our session comes to an end, and now all that remains to me is congratulating to all presenters and thanking to all participants. And I'm looking forward to see you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, dear colleagues. On behalf of the local organizing committee and ERSA Polish section, I welcome to the closing ceremony of the 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science, Resilience of Cities and Regions in an Uncertain Time. I want to thank all participants for registering for our conference and sharing the research results. It was a great pleasure for us to host you virtually at our university. Our conference is coming to the end. The last 3 days have been filled by intense deliberation in which we discussed how resilient our cities and regions are in uncertain time. In the plenary lecture, Professor Jean-Claude Thiel introduced us to the subject of resilience and the factors of this resilience during the pandemic on the example of American cities. In turn, Professor Konstantin Mezentsev spoke about herbicide, a current problem faced by Ukrainian country and the population of its cities. These two lectures were related to two important negative events that have taken place in recent years in Central and Eastern Europe. The first of these is the worldwide COVID pandemic. The second event is the most significant war in Europe since 1945. It is Russian-Ukrainian war. The conference presentations also draw attention to other factors influencing uncertainty. On one hand, these are migration crises that the region has been experiencing since 2015. On the other hand, the epidemic caused an economic crisis and strengthened this crisis by the ongoing war in the neighborhood. We hope that the conference has done its job and allowed us to answer, although in part, the question of how resilient our cities and regions are at this uncertain time. This year, the conference was held for the first time in Poland. It was a really great honor for the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań and for the ERSA, European Regional Science Association Polish section, to host this event virtually, cooperating with Slovak and Hungarian sections of ERSA. In this place, we want to thank our colleagues from the Slovak and Hungarian sections of ERSA for their trust in the Polish section of ERSA and Adam Mickiewicz University. We also thank persons and institutions which supported us. First of all, Professor Bogumiła Kaniewska, Rector of Adam Mickiewicz University, Regional Science Association International, the European Regional Science Association, Union of Provinces of Republic of Poland, Mr. Marek Woźniak, Marshal of the Wielkopolska region, Mr. Jacek Jaśkowiak, Mayor of the city of Poznań. Committee for Spatial Economy and Regional Planning, Polish Academy of Sciences. Polish Economic Society, and Polish Geographical Society. These all institutions supported us during organization of this conference. Also, the initiative of Excellence Research University Program and Poznań Science and Technology supported us during organization of the conference, mainly in administrative and technical tasks. I want to show some interesting statistics about our conference. Our conference, 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science, hosted 130 participants from 22 countries. Among them, we had 2 keynote speakers, and our participants presented 121 presentations. These presentations were grouped in 12 general themes, 6 special sessions, and Young Scientist session. In the program, we could find 2 plenary sessions and 30 parallel sessions. We can see on this map spatial distribution of participants, 22 countries. 4 countries are outside of Europe: Israel, Morocco, US, and Mexico. We had more than 10 participants from Poland, from Slovakia, and from Hungary, and very close to 10 participants was Romania. So we can say that our conference has a really regional scale, Central and Eastern European scale, and attracts people mostly from Central Europe. But as you can see, almost all European Union countries are represented on this map. So our conference, I think, is still spreading its limits. As a local organizing committee, we would like also to thank the 22-person scientific committee of the conference, chaired by Dean of our faculty, Professor Paweł Hurski. We thank them for their help in organizing the conference. First of all, for supporting the high level of scientific level of the conference and chairmanship of the conference sessions. This scientific committee represented all directions of research in regional science and also represents all Central and Eastern European countries. We have persons in committee from Poland, from Slovakia, from Hungary, from Romania, from Austria, from Germany, from Ukraine, and also we have persons from Western Europe. I also warmly thank to the local organizing committee. As the chairman of this committee, I would like to thank a group of 9 wonderful young people for their help and support in organizing the committee. Without you, it wouldn't be possible to organize this conference. So the first, I thank Secretary of the committee, Emilia Bogacka, then Paweł Hurski, Dean of our faculty, and Adam Radzimski, Vice Dean of our faculty. And we have 6 more persons: Wojciech Dyba, Kamila Sikorska-Podyma, Robert Perdał, Justyna Weltrowska, Justyna Wilk, and Iwona Zwierzchowska. All these persons you can see on this slide. I would like also to thank the Poznań Science and Technology Park team for very technical and organizational support, including the operation of the Click Meeting conference platform. So I thank Antoni Guliński, Agnieszka Brzozowska. Yes, Antoni Guliński is with us. Agnieszka Brzozowska, Julia Kobielska, and Jagoda Haloszka. Finally, I invite you to publish in the Regional Development and Regional Policy Journal in special issue. Editor-in-chief of this journal is Paweł Chórski. Final date for submitting papers is the end of March next year. We invite you to submit papers to this issue under standard publication tracks. So all papers will be reviewed, and after positive decision of committee, these papers will be published. Of course, this is the special issue, so during the registration submission in our system, we will ask you to mention that this paper is the conference paper. You will get soon information about this special issue and how to submit the paper, and all details will be delivered to us. Soon we will also send certificates of participation for people registered to the conference, and we also will prepare the final version of the abstract book. Thank you all again for attending our conference. I hope that we will see soon at Adam Mickiewicz University. We will see it again. We invite you to visit our university. You are always welcome to this place. And now I am opening the discussion about the conference. If you have any comments, if you have any opinions, you can share them with us. So if would anyone like to share their opinion or comment about the conference, just raise your hand or type it, this comment or opinion in our message box. The 8th Central European Conference in Regional Science, Resilience of Cities and Regions in Uncertain, has been closed. Thank you very much for